According to Appendix A, the dwarves believe that Durin III received his ring not from Sauron, but from the elves of Eregion, potentially from Celebrimbor. And you might now wonder, why is there such a big gem on it? We can also read about the rings of power that each had their proper gem. That is what Gandalf says in the Council of Elrond, and only the lesser rings and the One Ring were unadorned and had basically no gem on them. Of course, it's still possible that he receives this ring from Sauron in disguise, but I think if they really go with what is written in Appendix A, this might be a gift, a token of friendship from Celebrimbor. This ring also kind of makes the dwarves more eager to mine more riches, and this could maybe lead Durin III to reopen his Mithril mine. In the next scene, they kind of spoiled that Isildur probably survived what happened in Season 1, and then in the scene after that, we see a beautiful shot of Numenor. Always like those shots, to be honest. I think they did a fantastic job portraying the cities here. And we see an eagle landing on the palace. And then, at first I thought the eagle might transport Pharazôn, which makes no sense in my opinion, but maybe it just lands there to bring a message. In Tolkien's world, the eagles can actually speak. That's different in Peter Jackson films and so on. But in the books, at least, they can speak and deliver messages. And interestingly, Pharazôn draws a sword. Maybe this is kind of a sign of him rebelling against the Valar and the forces of good and the faithful and so on, and starting further to divide the kingdom of Numenor. That's at least my interpretation of this scene. Then another scene, we see the new Adar, because the actor changed, and it seems like he still plays a role. Curious what is happening there exactly, and it seems like they are kind of out in the wild and not in Mordor, but maybe that's just my impression here. And further, then we see kind of catapults and so on attacking a city, which I would assume is Eregion, and that also happens in the books, that Eregion is attacked, but not by Adar, but by Sauron. So I'm very curious what will happen here exactly. And then we see the stranger and a well in the background, which looks kind of interesting. It definitely gives me vibes that it's further away. And I think they want to go east, but the east usually is not that dry. It looks more like the southern region, like Harad or something. At least that's how I would imagine it, climate-wise. So that's a bit unusual that if they go east, that it becomes suddenly more dry there. But who knows how they interpret these regions. In the scene, we see him hitting the ground with a small staff, so maybe he's practicing his Gandalf signature move. I still hope it's not Gandalf, but maybe one of the blue wizards, because the Istari, especially if you only have rights to Lord of the Rings, only appear in the Third Age. There's only one version, and that is published in Peoples of Middle-earth, not even Unfinished Tales, though I think it's referenced in Unfinished Tales, that the wizards, two wizards to be precise, the two blue wizards, arrived already in the Second Age, and then the others come in the Third Age. So, like I said, this is lore-wise not that great. The Istari are, in my opinion, mostly a topic of the Third Age, though if they go east, they can definitely make the blue wizards work. In the next shot, we also see like a sandstorm or whatever, a shockwave, and I think it's the silhouette of Nori holding on to a rope or something, but that is most likely Nori we see here, and it's interestingly the only time we see a Half-Foot at all in the whole teaser, so maybe they play a smaller part besides Nori in Season 2. Then we see some other shots, and I want to point out that Elrond's armor looks pretty nice in my opinion, and then we have an interesting shot with Celebrimbor as he, I don't know, drops several rings. It could be 9, I counted 8 though, but 9 would make more sense in this context of having 9 and 7, so the 16 rings of power plus these 3 elven rings. And maybe he tries to destroy them or something, but like I explained earlier, they could not find the strength to do so, and it turns out that without Dragonfire they're also pretty hard to destroy, so maybe he is not able to do that. The reason why he might try to destroy these rings here is that he looks pretty beaten and wounded. He has a wound maybe in the face and on his hand, so maybe this is during the besiege of Eregion, where Sauron, spoiler, tries to get those rings in his possession, and he now tries to kind of undo what he did after he realized what he did. What might contradict this theory a bit is the next scene. Here we see also a pretty beat and wounded Celebrimbor with some guards, and they try to arrest this Anatar guy. In the background we also see stones and debris lying on the ground, so this could be during the siege of Eregion, but that would definitely contradict the books because hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you all here. Thank you for tuning in as always. I hope you had a fantastic day, or from the perspective of the main channel, weeks. I was very busy playing Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, that's the DLC/expansion for Elden Ring, the video game I like quite a bit, and working on a long guide and content for that, so that's the reason why I'm a bit silent here on this channel. For people who have seen the last few streams here on this channel, I announced my it being a bit more silent here in this time. So yeah, but today there is at least some news and opportunity, because there is San Diego Comic-Con 2024, and it seems there will be a trailer for Rings of Power, which is, I know, not a favorite of all my viewers. And yeah, for season 2, which starts at the 29th of August, if I remember correctly. And yeah, that will be out soon. This is what you currently saw. It's not the trailer yet. I have to see. In theory, it should be out now. I heard it's 20 or something. But currently, I don't see it yet. So if somebody has, the trailer is there, fine, let me know. I need to check. I know what I need to check. There are places on the internet where I can find stuff. Then I have to bring it on screen, then we watch it together. And so on. I'm very curious what they will show. Currently there's some news for this, like new characters revealed. The 2 elves are kind of revealed. Okay, that's that interesting. We have seen a screenshot of Círdan previously. Good that I'm so well prepared that I am not ready to show it here on screen. But yeah, I probably have seen it already. It was like a week or 10 days ago. I've lost my feeling for time completely. But yeah, nice to see all people here. Oh, cool. In time for once. Yeah, that's awesome. It's amazing, bad boy. Nice to see you here. But yeah, on the screen there was just in the waiting time thing, I always show like an old video I made. It was the last trailer analysis for the previous trailer I did. Oh, Rosie Gamgee is also here. Nice to see you. So currently, just waiting for somebody saying, yeah, the trailer is live. And then we watch it. But it could be that that we have to sit here for an hour and discuss other topics in the meantime. Maybe there are some questions in chat or stuff. I'm not sure. I'm just wondering. Oh, wait a moment, I have to do something sound related. I hope you didn't hear that. But okay, that should be fixed. I hope the sound is good, chat, because like I always say, I have literally no clue. Didn't do a sound check. Well, could I try it out really quick? Yeah, in theory I could. You shouldn't hear it. It sounds good on my side. Yeah, you know, people are some people might be excited for the new trailer, some people might not be that excited for it. We still have to, yeah, it's basically currently the waiting room for the trailer. Okay, maybe look. I mean, there's not much to discuss there, to be honest. I could imagine that we could make some speculation about what we might see. For example, will we see Círdan in the trailer? There was a screenshot that revealed him already. Moss motifs and Sauron. Yeah, that is actually true in the background. It has something moth-like. And we already know that these mystics, or whatever they are called, these 3 women in the first season, kind of are searching for Sauron. So there seems to be something related to it, I guess. Currently just pressing I could just... Please don't make just sound without asking for permission. Strange, didn't I? Just whatever. There was a trailer from 2 years ago. Currently, nothing's on. Maybe the trailer is not coming today. That would be funny. Then we just discuss book law stuff. So we will find options, what we could do in the meantime. Don't worry. All you guys need to do is then maybe suggest topics or ask questions or something like that. Currently just spamming the F5 button in the background, hoping something pops up. Received an email telling me that Moria, Through the Doors of Durin, has shipped from backing the Kickstarter. Is this the original name of Return to Moria, or is this a separate game from it? Okay, Fellowship of Fans says 25 minutes. The trailer should be up. Okay, good to know. So we have 25 minutes to kill. We could play Elden Ring in the meantime, I guess, but just kidding. Also, yeah, there was a recent and interesting reveal, because there was the reveal of Narvi. That was also something I stumbled upon. Currently trying to find a screenshot for it. August 29th. That's the... okay, now I get it. I was in the wrong genre. It's the expansion for the One Ring. That's the tabletop RPG, the role-playing RPG. Understood. Okay, cool. That's nice to hear. Okay. Was this the right side? I assume it was. So where we can... There's a screenshot? Yeah, there is a screenshot. I would assume that is Narvi. So we... I don't know. Do it like this, I would suggest. Should work. Make it a bit bigger. So we have something to talk about in the meantime. Oh, Fellowship also has a stream starting now. Yeah, I could imagine that most bigger channels might cover this here, because it's news. It brings people together and stuff. So if you like it or not, it's independent of that, I would say. Okay, I'm just currently confused with setups here. But yeah, careful. We're looking at Entertainment Weekly had an article for this. So this is Narvi. That, in case people wonder, if you have seen the films, for example, you know the Doors of Durin. That's where Gandalf has to say Melon for them to open, and he's the one with Celebrimbor who made these doors, and the inscription is by Celebrimbor, the door is probably by Narvi. So there's that. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's an interesting lore detail on this door as well. Let me just see if I find my... Well, that's not... Let's see. I just need to cover time because I've not prepared it. But if you look into things, as they are called, into the book Lord of the Rings, there's an interesting detail about these doors. And it's I would say it's a little inconsistency in the book, but you can make arguments in many different directions. First of all, I have to find it. Journey the Dark. Ringo's House should be the chapter, right, chat? No, it's in one chapter later. So you have... Okay, I try to... Wait, chat. We try to get the production up here. It's just... Do people know what I'm talking about? Bring the Lord of the Rings screenshot, because I guess people... Okay, so we have this door here that is done by Narvi in the Lord of the Rings films. Should be Fellowship of... Yeah, it's definitely Fellowship of the Rings, but I hope I can't see the watermark, the description, if it's right. Is it right? Yeah, it should be right. And trailer starts, it seems like in 15 minutes or something like that. Was a trailer out already, then we switch topics. But yeah, what is interesting about this door is the text written on it in Elvish, written by Celebrimbor. What does the writing say? Asked Frodo, who was trying to decipher the inscription on the Ark. I thought I knew the elf letters, but I cannot read these. The words are in the elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in the elder days, answered Gandalf, but they do not say anything of importance to us. They say only, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria, speak friend and enter. And underneath small and faint is written, I, Narvi, made them, the doors. Celebrimbor of Hollin. Hollin is the other name for Eregion, drew these signs. So, what is interesting in this context is that Gandalf translate this with Lord of Moria. There is, I think, in Unfinished Tales or wherever, maybe somebody in chat knows the quote, a footnote or mentioned by Tolkien, that in earlier ages Moria was not called, it could be actually in Lord of the Rings if I'm honest, that Moria was not always called Moria, but its original name is Khazad-dûm by the dwarves, and the elves gave it this black pit mocking name at some point, or when Moria basically was conquered by the Balrog in the Third Age, and then the name changed. Though this was written in the Second Age, when it was not a black pit yet, when it was still Khazad-dûm. So it's interesting that he writes Lord of Moria, a mocking name here. Maybe Gandalf just translated it on the fly to say, yeah, this is... people now call it Moria, so he went with... You can make some arguments here. You can also argue maybe this is a little inconsistency by Tolkien. Who knows? It's interesting. What about the boys? I don't know. I have to admit I'm not huge into shows. So I rarely watch any shows. The only exception is, I think, because I have a YouTube channel that covers Tolkien, is Rings of Power, which is a bit unfortunate, I guess, because there are far better shows out there for sure. But yeah, in my main hobby when it comes to killing time is not watching shows, but playing video games, basically. And those eat already a lot of time, I have to admit. So I'm not really into any really shows. I don't know. So no idea what's going on with the boys, but we are here to discuss Lord of the Rings stuff. So Rings of Power is our favorite bad fanfiction show. So we have to deal with that, I guess. So yeah, that was made by this man, Narvi. I find it kind of cool that we now have like potentially a face for him. Maybe he's a very cool character, which might work out. In the meantime, we go back here to the main thing here and do other things, right, chat? First of all, is a trailer already out? So far, I don't see a pinned post at the Reddit thing. So far, nothing. It should be, I guess, on the Prime channel, if it's not there. There's the new Boys Season 4 trailer. No, it's bloopers, actually. But there's also a trailer. But I have no idea. I'm not into that. Oh, the panel's tomorrow. Okay. No, I just hope they bring out a trailer. The rumors were that the trailer comes out today. Else we just talk until it's tomorrow here. No, just kidding. And we just discuss Tolkien lore a bit. We could try to find our good old friend Círdan. Shoutouts to my moderator, who is also known by that name. And okay, this rumor turns to be out. Okay, where do I find this? I hate searching stuff. Why can't I just input Círdan and it shows up the right elf? I posted the Narvi article. Here it is. We see. This can go. Production, always fun doing live. Black Girl Nerds is the page that published this article. Okay, so yeah, here is this is how Círdan might look. You can slightly see he has a. Do you see my mouse cursor? You probably don't see it, right? No, cursor should be captured for reasons. No, I didn't switch the scene, that's why I don't see it, I guess. Strange. Classic product. Now you see it. So you see a slight elvish pointy ear and a beard that's unusual for elves. And yeah, this, in case people wonder, is this lore accurate? Yes, it is. Círdan is one of the oldest named elves in the books that we know of, living in the Third Age. And he has been around for a long time. He's not an unbegotten elf. That means he has actual parents, but let me just scroll all the way down to the last chapter. It's called The Grey Havens. And let me see if I can find him. And there's a description of Círdan. As they came to the very end of the Lord of the Rings, so spoiler here, I guess. As they came, that's when they come to the Grey Havens, to Mithlond, and Frodo sailing to the west continent, Aman, shortly before that. So when we come to these havens, as they came to the gates, Círdan, the shipwright, came forth to greet them. Very tall he was, and his beard was long, and he was grey and old, save that his eyes were keen as stars, and he looked at them and bowed and said, "All is ready now." So yeah, in the description we can read, for an elf he looked old. If an elf looks old, he's very old then, and that's the case for Círdan. He was around the time when the elves did the Great Journey, so he's much older than Galadriel, who is also quite old to be fair, but not that old. And as a result, yeah, there's some texts of Tolkien that cover the concept of elven life cycles. And he is in the last life cycle of an elf. As a result, he also can have a beard there. Tolkien thought about this. At some point, they also start looking older as a result. But it's, I guess, unusual to have an old-looking elf, which is quite rare because they are thousands of years old and look like young people. That's the elves, and he is kind of an exception because he has been in business for quite some time. Oh, the Bionicle fan, nice to see you. I have a big question. about the Doors of Night. When Melkor initially fled the world before Tulkas did, he left Arda through the Doors of Night. Was there a means of quitting the world, even though the Ainur were supposed to be bound to it? That's an interesting question, but of course, if we read the Silmarillion, I'm not sure if I will find that quote very fast, to be honest. Where it is, it's definitely at the beginning. I have to search for powers. Okay, here it is. So in the Silmarillion, in the Ainulindale, that is basically the text about the creation of the world. In the Silmarillion, we can read the following text. The Silmarillion is always a special case, but I don't want to dive too deep into it. But thus it came to pass that of the Ainur, some abode still with Ilúvatar, that is God, beyond the confines of the world. But others, and among them many of the greatest and most fair, took the leave of Ilúvatar and descended into it to Arda. That's the world where Middle-earth is, for example, a continent of. So Arda is the name of it, descended into it. But this condition Ilúvatar made, or it is the necessity of their love, that their power should thenceforward be contained and bounded in the world, to be within it forever until it is complete, so that they are its life and it is theirs, and therefore they are named the Valar, the powers of the world. This also, I guess, includes the Ainur, to be honest. But I think, and now in the next sentence, it maybe answers your question a bit, I guess. But when the Valar entered into Ea, they were at first astounded and at a loss, for it was as if naught was yet made which they had seen in vision, and all was but on point to begin, and yet unshaped, and it was dark. So they've seen this. They made the music, a song with God. Basically, you can compare the Valar and these other Ainur with angels, and in this, the vision of a world came to be, and then basically God made this world reality. We have the context of Ea here, which is basically, let's see what's the official definition of it. I would say it's kind of the space around Arda. Let's see. Yeah, the created world is a Quenya name for the universe as a realization of the vision of the Ainur. Thus, Ea is the world that is and distinguished from the timeless halls of Ilúvatar and the void that have no material form. So you could say, so Arda is part of Ea, if that makes sense. But and Tolkien here in the writing exclusively never says they are bound to Arda, but they are bound to the world, which I would assume they mean Ea. So they also have some space around the world itself that is still basically what they are bound to. It's not necessarily only the planet, though the planet is, Arda is basically, I guess, the main thing. It's a bit complicated. And basically we know that in existence, like, there's three, let's call it in the widest sense, places. We have Ea, we have the timeless halls, that's where God resides, and there's the void, which is, or the outer void, the timeless void. That's a place that you might enter through the doors of night. However, it's not 100%. The doors of night is always a complicated topic because they are a very old concept of Tolkien. And it's not, it could be that part of the void, but let's say after you leave the world through the gates of night, there might still be some air until you reach the void, if that makes sense. But it's an uninhabited space outside time and creation, the absence of the flame imperishable. It was told that Melkor used to wander in the void to look in vain for the flame. This is also an old story that Tolkien wrote, and Tolkien and Melkor also went to Ea/Arda and searched for this flame at some point in some text. But like I said, here it becomes complicated because we have very old text and new text colliding with each other. In the second, he is thousands of years younger. Should he look even old? That's an argument you can. That's a good point, to be honest. That's a good point. In theory, yes, he could younger, but we don't know if Círdan had no beard in the second age. It's never explicitly stated. We only know he has one in the third age, and there's another case of a bearded elf, and that is an elf called Machtan. And Machtan is the father of Nerdanel, right? That is the wife of Fëanor. And she had a father, and her father was called, I assume the pronunciation of the name is Machtan, because HT is a specific a sound in Elven languages. We have this with Mori Nechtar. Usually it's cht, but from my German perspective, Machtan is strange to say, to be honest. And in German, it's like that we have this CH sound, which is either if you have an I, for example, like if the vowel before the CH is an I, like in the word nicht, it's cht. If you have a though, it becomes ch, so it's Nacht, not Nacht. And that means night, by the way, and nicht means not, in case people wonder what this means. But yeah, it's so from my language perspective, from my language background, I would pronounce it Machtan. But who knows? Maybe Tolkien said no, there's no exception depending on the vowel. He never wrote it, to be honest. So it could be Machtan, but for me it's very tough to say. So I always go with Machtan. It's easy. It comes better from my perspective. It doesn't matter too much. You can pronounce him however you want. Just want to point out that Tolkien wrote about this particular detail. However, Machtan, the father of Nerdanel, had a beard, and he had a red beard. And so he was potentially old, but who knows how old he really was at this time, because we are talking about he had a beard in the first age, so at this time he was potentially also quite young, and for an elf, so he would not be as old as Círdan maybe in this third age. It would be possible if he's maybe one. Can he be one of the unbegotten elves? Maybe, I'm not sure, to be honest. But yeah, he would also be in a similar age as Círdan. Still had a beard. So people who can make an argument that even in the second age, Círdan could still had a beard. He maybe didn't look that old, but I kind of like the idea. Also, Andres is also nice to see you. Where can I see the new trailer? I hope here in a moment when the trailer comes out. We're currently kind of, in German we say Zeit überbrücken, which means we are killing time, I think you would say in English, something like that, till the trailer comes out. The trailer's shown at SDCC, but not online yet. That's cheating, in my opinion. At least on the Prime side, it's not online yet. I might have to still wait a moment or two and talk about lore stuff. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Like I would have to do research on the exact description of the Doors of Night, which is more topic of the Book of Lost Tales, and yeah, I'm not sure how long I plan to stream. You know, usually I go for 3 hours. Yeah, it's August 29th. That's soon. Sorry for not reading Twitch chat here for a moment. I was just very busy explaining this stuff and looking at my book here in front of me. So yeah, good old Círdan. Should be any minute. Yeah, like I said, we are still waiting. In the trailer waiting room here, basically. In case people wonder, I'm also streaming to Twitch, on my English channel or my German channel, where also German viewers there have to live with my German, with my English there. And here on YouTube, so yeah, almost all the channels I have, we are streaming this. I hope stream-wise everything is fine. But yeah, I think it's not a bad idea to have an iconic character like Círdan. Even if it's a second age, you could make an argument he's at least, like, depending on when the show is actually playing, which is a whole fan fiction time compression thing anyway. But let's say the rings are not forged yet, then we are talking about 3,000, 4,800 years roundabout, right, chat? My quick maths are not great, but roundabout, yeah. What I said, 4,800, almost 5,000 years younger than he is in Lord of the Rings at the very end when he stands at the havens, at the Grey Haven. So that, keep in mind. So you can make, with 5,000 years in a lifespan of an elf, you can make an argument, yeah, he can look a little bit younger after 5,000 years. But I would make you are right, though, that in theory, you could also argue in the direction, yeah, he should definitely look younger. But I think what is special about Círdan in his appearance is that he has a beard and that he looks old for an elf. And I think to make a character visually recognizable a bit more, you can go from, even though it might not be, I wouldn't say it's not lore accurate, but even if it might not be that lore accurate, you can make an argument that it makes sense from a production standpoint. I think if I would make a second age show for about in the Lord of the Rings universe, Círdan would also have a beard at least. Maybe he would look a little bit younger than he would look later on. But yeah, I don't mind this decision here, to be honest. Yeah, no problem, man. I don't mind large question. If you go by the annals of Aman, Círdan at the time of the rings are made would be younger than Elrond at the end of the Third Age. It's a good 5,000 years difference. How would this fit? Oh, that's really tough, because we don't know when Círdan was exactly born. Well, we know kind of which generation he is, though, but it's tough to calculate. So, Elrond in the Lord of the Rings. Elrond was born while men were around, so he is. When is Elrond born? 450 First Age, like. What do you call it? Years of the Sun. 400? Elrond. When is he born? Birth, or even later, 300. Yeah, I mixed it up. He's 532. Yeah, that's my math mistake in my head. 590 is the last year. I know he's during the War of Wrath. He's 50 something. So yeah, that makes sense. So 458. Yeah, 58. He's and during the year when War of the Wrath 58 plus. Let's get the calculator out. 3058 plus 3441, I think. Plus. What did you say in the ring? Elrond at the age of the second age. 3021, I think is 3010-21 was the last year in the third age, right? I'm not good at memorizing numbers. I have to tell you that. Double check. Yeah, that's the last year. Okay, got it. So Elrond is at the end of the third age, 6,520 years old, if I don't made a mistake, roundabout. So the same age almost applies to Círdan, but it depends on when he was born. Yeah, 6,520, you have the same number as I calculated just on the fly here. But when did you say when was Círdan born? That's, I think, a very tough thing to say. I'm not sure if there is a timetable in Nature of Middle-earth, but I don't think it says a specific date. It still has between 1050 and 1105. He's definitely not born 1050. 1050, the elves, Years of the Trees 1050, the elves awoke in Cuiviénen. He's several generations later. Whatever that means. I mean, the generational stuff doesn't work that well, but let's say he's born 105. So we have 1105 plus 400. No, it's 300. 1100. 395. I love doing live math. 395. 395 times, depending on the calendar, 9.581, I think it was. So he's 3,000. Yeah, you are right. He's actually younger than Elrond then. At 3,784 years. He lived in the Years of the Trees plus 590 years, so it's 4,374 years. And then plus the whatever it is. What did I say? 3,441 plus 3,021. So that would make him only, if I didn't forget anything, 10,836 years. Did trailer is dropped. Okay, chat. Enough math. Sorry for doing live math here on the channel. Yeah, there it is. Have to do. Wait, chat. Is it at least in a decent resolution? No, they only upload at 1080. Come on, Amazon, get to the 21st century. One moment, chat. I just need to prepare my production here. We watch the trailer now live. I shut up for a moment. I hope I don't get claimed Who knows? We like already the trailer. I'm kind of a bit worried. Shall I? Do you want subtitles, chat? There was a sound. I'll make it a bit louder for you people. Okay, whatever.
Sauron sees himself as master of all Middle-earth. He seeks to rule it not only through conquest, but by bending the minds of all its peoples to his own. And for that he needs not armies.
No!
But rings.
In choosing to wear those rings, you have all become his collaborators.
I know you believe this ring is deceiving me, but I believe it is guiding me.
All this may be by his design.
These rings may be how he attains power.
They must be destroyed.
We will discuss the rings once you have answered the question. Who is this man?
He is no man. He deceived me. He is Sauron.
What am I to call you?
A sharer of gifts. Our work begins now.
I have walked across mountains and deserts to help my friend find his destiny. One the fate of the world may depend on.
Is it my task to stop the fire? Is it my task to face Sauron? To try and cheat death might lead to an even greater catastrophe.
Father, take off the ring.
I'm afraid, Durin.
Every soul in Middle-earth is in peril. Will you abandon them to their doom?
No, what have you done to me?
Leave Sauron to me.
Promise me, Elrond. You will not stop until he is destroyed.
Forgiveness takes an age.
I need your axe, old friend.
Fight with me. Fight with our friends!
When the darkness falls, there are always some who rise forth and shine. You will give me the nine.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. That's the full second season, yeah. There was quite a bit of stuff here. So yeah, I hope it was visually and acoustically well perceivable. Yeah, it was Tom Bombadil, yes. Yeah, that is true. YouTube chat is sometimes a bit strange. I agree with my Twitch viewers there. It looks okay, I guess. That's the Twitch chat. There's a lot of weird stuff in this trailer that I still am a bit speechless again. I have to, yeah, just what on earth? I have to say, the visuals and stuff was okay for me. Yeah, nice to see some ends, agree. Yeah, it's like I said, our favorite in quotes, fan fiction chat. It's just... The question is, we see this dude here. Where's he going? Is he like in Eregion or something, chat? What do you think? Where's he going? He it looks a bit rough. There's this thing here. Do you think this is in... No, he is in... Chat, who are these guards? That's the first question we have to answer. Does somebody recognize them? Are these elvish guards? I think they don't look Numenorian, to be honest. But maybe I'm wrong. So we see Halbrand, aka, spoiler, Sauron, going somewhere. We see the rings dropping on the ground. We see this classic, I don't know, weird Sauron crown thing. We see the rings falling off the stairs. Like, I don't know why these rings always fall down. Like, this is a classic Peter Jackson shot, if you think about it. Remember the one ring falling down the stairs? Here, this thing here, bong, bong, going somewhere. That's, sorry, this makes me kind of angry, I have to admit already. It's just, you have these rings, and you put them on a same level as not the same level, but on the, let's say on the same level of evilness of the one ring. It falls down and searches its wearer. But that's exactly not what these rings are. These are actually the good rings. It could be Eregion, maybe he's returning there. We maybe have to look at the Eregion guards. He also wearing a ring of power. So there's that. Yeah, I agree. The line, "Leave Sauron to me," it's the Saruman line from the Peter Jackson film. It's just too much fan service in it. I don't like that, to be honest. Like, you can't make, like, Peter Jackson also did a ton of changes in the films compared to the books. But most, at least when it comes to Lord of the Rings, let's not talk about The Hobbit here, most of them, let's say, yeah, I would say most of them made sense if you have only this little time to portray a book this big. So you have to make some changes, compress things, fuse some characters here and there, maybe let another character, like in the case of Glorfindel, he was kicked out, and then Arwen took his part. But it made perfectly sense that he did this. Here in this show, though, Peter Jackson changed some characters here and there and some stuff, but overall, what he's portraying in the films is roundabout what you read in the books, with maybe some changes here and there. Yeah, the army of the dead is a bit more powerful in the film than it is in the books and so on. But it made sense from a dramatic standpoint, if that makes sense. But it's not like, I don't know, Arwen kills the Witch King. It's still Eowyn. So this stuff, and she's not riding, like, it's not Arwen with Aragorn fighting the Witch King in the Return of the King or whatever. Like, the level of change they do here goes basically somewhat in this direction. That it's a very, very heavy change here already. I would disagree there with, like, by their design, they were flawed because they were still, or had still the possibility that they could be deceived by the One Ring. That is true, but a lot of good things actually happened using these 3 elven rings. And the reason for that, and Tolkien makes this very clear, this is a detail, like, it's such a small detail if you think about it, but Tolkien makes it clear on several occasions in his writings that Sauron never touched those rings. He never had them in his hands. They are not as tainted as the other. Only their design is tainted by Sauron because that's what Sauron did. But they were never touched by Sauron. It's already somewhat similar, but also kind of different in the show, because there Sauron touches the material, like this ring, like the mithril and the gold and so on. I'm not sure if he touched the mithril, but he touched the jewels, for example, of these rings when he was talking to Celebrimbor. He also touched the dagger from Galadriel. He had touched definitely several times, that was melted into these rings as well, and so on. So from this perspective, you could say, yeah, it was melted and pure, that made it pure again, but I still find it very contrary to what Tolkien wrote here in this context, because Tolkien explicitly writes that Celebrimbor made these 3 rings in secret, without Sauron's knowledge at all. And Sauron was still talking to Galadriel when these rings were basically in the process of making. As a result, that is already strange. Yeah, the design was still very similar, but it had its own touch. We discussed this in previous streams. We can maybe dive into what Tolkien wrote about the difference of these 2 rings. He writes it in a letter. I read it so many times here, so I hope people are not sick of hearing from it. Let me just read what Tolkien writes about this, the ring section. It's again from, the letter. If you watch my streams all the time, I've read this section 50 times by now, but it's just so important, and always, especially in context of the show. To Milton Waldman, letter number 131 from round about 1951. At this time, just for context, Tolkien already finished writing Lord of the Rings. He was still working on the appendices for the Lord of the Rings, and it was not published. It will be published 1954. But Tolkien finished writing of the main story and plot and so on round about 1959, 1951, in this area. Pretty hard to pinpoint for me right now, but roundabout. And he wrote this letter to, like, the US, because there, Collins, big publishing house, had interest in publishing his stuff, and he kind of summarized his story, especially in context, because he tried to also find a publisher for the Silmarillion at this time. And that is also in this context. So Tolkien writes a huge summary of his books, of the details of the lore. It's a very fascinating letter. I think also got extended, if I remember correctly. Was it a different one? Well, it doesn't matter too much. I think it got extended in the extended letter book that came out some time ago. So let us view this here. The chief power of all the rings alike, the great rings of power, was the prevention or slowing of decay. For example, or i.e. change viewed as a regrettable thing. The preservation of what is desired or loved, or its semblance. This is more or less an elvish motive. But also they enhanced the natural powers of a possessor, thus approaching magic, a motif easily corruptible into evil, a lust for domination. And finally, they had other powers, more directly derived from Sauron, the necromancer, so he's called as he casts a fleeting shadow and presage on the pages of the Hobbit. such as rendering invisible the material body and making things of the invisible world visible. The elves of Eregion made 3 supremely beautiful and powerful rings, almost solely of their own imagination, and directed to the preservation of beauty. They did not confer invisibility. But secretly, in a subterranean fire in his own Black Land, Sauron made 1 ring, the ruling ring, that contained the powers of all the others and controlled them, so that its wearer could see the thoughts of all those that used the lesser rings, could govern all they did, and in the end could utterly enslave them. That's what Tolkien personally wrote about these rings, what they do. What is interesting is for me always that the element of the rings making people invisible, in the wider sense, of moving their being into the unseen, as you could describe it, is a power more directly derived from Sauron, and this power was not in the 3 rings. As a result, they were not touched by him. They had not an evil tendency as the other rings. Very important elven realms were protected by those wearing these rings that in the end were definitely part of Sauron's downfall. So overall, the three elven rings are very special in this context compared to the other 16 rings of power, plus the 1 ring, so the 17. The 1 ring is also a special case, I guess. But that for me makes like a huge difference in comparison to what they show. The ring is deceiving me, stuff like this. Yes, kind of, but I'm not 100% convinced here by how they portray this, to be honest. That's just too far away from this. Yeah, I also did not claim that they were perfect. I just said that they were definitely not as evil, and potentially the rings without the 1 ring were not that deceiving as well, because they could be used for good for thousands of years. By like Galadriel is like literally when Sauron loses the 1 ring, Galadriel, Elrond, and Gil-galad are wearing not Gil-galad, Elrond, Galadriel, and Círdan, and later Gandalf, are wearing these rings for 3,000 years. They were unsullied, exactly. Yeah, it's basically the Silmarillion that Ta Elenion Maranwe also posted. Therefore, the 3 remained unsullied, for they were forged by Celebrimbor alone, and the hand of Sauron had never touched them. Yet they also were subject to the 1 ring. Exactly. So I still find this kind of strange in this portrayal and context here. If we look into Unfinished Tales, which is like the next book, we need to get the book side of things a bit more clearly. Maybe it's also the Silmarillion, to be honest. Now it will become a bit difficult to find all these quotes. That's a different debate if it was a good thing. In the story of Lord of the Rings, it was definitely a good thing that these elven realms existed and were powerful. That like a powerful Rivendell was definitely a very important part of the puzzle to destroy Sauron. From this perspective, yes, they were actually good. If you make a more philosophical debate about it, extending the stay of the elves in Middle-earth by magic means, if you want to call it like this. You could argue maybe it was not good. But that's a different question, in my opinion. A very different one. Now, the most problematic thing for me is that I have to find these quotes, which is difficult, to say the least. So yeah, the description, one of the versions Tolkien wrote is the following. I found it. By the way, if I tap out, the background becomes black, so we'll switch it maybe like this. Sauron himself departed from Eregion about the year 1500, after the Myrdain, the Gwais-i Myrdain, that's the Ringsmithing Guild, had begun the making of the Rings of Power. Now Celebrimbor was not corrupted in heart or face, but had accepted Sauron as what he posed to be. And when at length he discovered the existence of the One Ring, he revolted against Sauron and went to Lorien to take counsel once more with Galadriel. They should have destroyed all the Rings of Power at this time, but they failed to find the strength. Galadriel counseled him that the 3 rings of the elf should be hidden, never used, and dispersed far from Eregion, where Sauron believed them to be. It was at this time that she received Nenya, the White Ring, from Celebrimbor, and by its power the realm of Lorien was strengthened and made beautiful, but its power upon her was great also, and unforeseen, for it increased her latent desire for the sea and for return into the west, so that her joy in Middle-earth was diminished. Yeah, exactly. The whole point here is it's not clear with this scene here in the background. Let me just come back to this here. Does Sauron have the One Ring? Yes or no at this time here? Is the One Ring already forged? That's basically the thing that we don't really know here in this context, which is kind of missing. I think it makes only sense if the One Ring might have existed. Let me just see. Is it in the Silmarillion? Yeah, it's in the Silmarillion, at least one description of this process here. Let's see. And now the elves made many rings, but secretly Sauron made one ring to rule all the others, and their power was bound up with it, to be subject wholly to it, and to last only so long as it too should last. And much of the strength and will of Sauron passed into that one ring, for the power of the elven rings was very great, and that which should govern them must be a thing of surpassing potency. And Sauron forged it in the mountain of fire in the land of shadow, and while he wore the one ring, he could perceive all the things that were done by means of the lesser rings, and he could see and govern the very thoughts of those that wore them. But the elves were not so lightly to be caught. As soon as Sauron set this is a very important detail. As soon as Sauron set the one ring upon his finger, they were aware of him, and they knew him, and perceived that he would be master of them, and of all that they wrought. Then an anger and fear, they took off their rings. But he, finding that he was betrayed in quotes, and that the elves were not deceived, he was filled with wrath, and he came against them with open war, demanding that all the rings should be delivered to him, since the elven smiths could not have attained to their making without his law and counsel. But the elves fled from him, and 3 of their rings they saved, and bore them away and hid them. So that's the description of the Silmarillion, of these events. I always imagine it, like, I'm not sure how you feel about it. Is this a process that takes time? Like, this is not a slide from a perspective of the power of the One Ring. I always see this very instantly. There is basically, Sauron creates the One Ring, puts it on his finger and wants to control the elves, and the elves notice, oh, we are screwed, and basically pull the rings off their fingers. That's how I imagine this. It's basically a very short moment where basically everything is kind of, clear in this moment, that the elves were betrayed by Sauron and Sauron by the elves, as from his perspective, and then war was the only means. Of course, till the war came to the elves, it took, 100 years almost, but it's a different story. So I'm not sure, chat, what your thoughts on this is. Like, I always imagine it to be nothing like, okay, yeah, there's something wrong with these rings. I don't know what it is. Like, it's described in the books quite differently. But the elves were not so likely to be caught. As soon as Sauron set on the One Ring upon his finger, they were aware of him. And usually if elves are aware of Sauron, say, uh-oh, we should maybe not take those rings and just not use them anymore. It's of course for a show where they kind of want to have like some drama here. They potentially have to make this... It's kind of funny that they compress literally centuries into like weeks or days. And in this case, they kind of expand a moment in time, maybe into a bigger plot or whatever. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that. That's why I said the creation of the rings should be expanded quite a bit, because in the books it also takes 100 years or something. It's not a process that's just done in a day or two. It's not like that. So from this perspective, there definitely is a huge difference. I think they shot themselves in the foot with creating the 3 rings of power first, like these 3 elven rings of power that we see here: Nenya, Vilya, and Narya. But yeah, I don't fully understand. I mean, this scene here, it could be the scene where they notice, oh, it's Sauron, and they pull the rings from their finger or something like that. Who knows? But then why does this ring fall to Galadriel? Like I said, in the version, like in all the versions they're a bit different, but what they have in common is that Celebrimbor notices his mistake and tries to hide these 3 rings by giving them out to Gil-galad and one to Galadriel. And Gil-galad then gives one to Círdan and the other later to Elrond at some point. That's the lore, basically, of the rings. So yeah, in this context, I don't know. I'm a bit worried that they changed this part here far too much. Is he now coming back to Eregion again? Are they pulling the rings? Did Galadriel really not say who this man was to the others? Did she not warn them? Many questions. And she picks up this ring. Like, this is a classic one. Yeah, the ring has chosen me thing. And I think that's not how it happened. Like, this feels like, oh no, the rings. And then they fall down or whatever. And then one falls by magical means to Galadriel and she picks it up. Like, the one ring is choosing his bearer, if that makes sense. I think that's a bit much to ask for at least the elven rings. That's at least how I would understand what we see here in the trailer. That's simply a bit much. The idea is more, oh no, the rings, we have to hide them, then they're given away. There's like purpose behind it. That's the reason why Galadriel has one ring. It's not just, oh, the ring chose Galadriel, let her keep her. Let her keep it. Yeah, the rings, I don't know. I like the other design also a bit better, to be honest, but whatever. By the way, this is potentially Círdan that we see here. So maybe that was the hand of Círdan. That's definitely possible. What could this place here be, chat? Is this part of Eregion? Maybe. Checking on old bridge. What could this bridge be? Question is, who is this? Like in the lore-wise, the Narya, the red ring of fire, is on the hand of Círdan, so there's that. We have this explosion scene here that we have seen previously in the other trailer as well, which we have no idea what it is. It's currently watching without sound. Here we have potentially Barrow White-ish entities. Can you zoom in on him? Currently, well, I could prepare to do this, chat. I hope it doesn't kill my connection here. I would have to download the trailer, so that might take a moment or two for zooming in here. This scene we also have seen. So as I understand this scene here, by the way, like he appears here. So I would assume, okay, chat. So here's what I think what happens. This guy here, Halbrand, comes back to Eregion and says, hey, I'm back here. And people say, yeah, this guy again. And yeah, he's back in Eregion. And then Celebrimbor kind of talks to him again. Because Galadriel maybe has not revealed that he's actually Sauron. Here in the next scene, this scene, we see here, he's sitting, he closes the door. Celebrimbor closes the door, to be precise. And says, oh no, he's back, I have to talk to him because I want to learn more of the ring stuff, whatever. And then he later, while he's in Eregion, leaves his old form behind and transforms into his giver of gifts form, or sharer of gifts, as he says here in the trailer. And then says, oh no, in truth you were all the time, I don't know, a messenger or whatever you want to call it, like somebody sent from the Valar, from the West Continent, and he brings gifts that are powerful to him and tries to explain stuff. And then they start ramping up his forge again to make more rings. That's basically how I would interpret what is happening here in the show. Not sure, now we have a lot of dwarf stuff. And then later war breaks out and stuff. And then later he realizes what he's done. Something like that. That's my theory. What is going on there? Oh, Paul Freeborn, nice to see you. Oh yeah, I wanted to prepare the Zoom stuff, right? And that will take a moment, chat. Not gonna lie, it's not that easy to zoom. I can see. Can I zoom? The problem is if I would go out of this thing here and zoom, the size of the image doesn't change. That's unfortunately a thing on PC. So I can't just zoom in the standard stuff here. Emissaries is a word that I was looking for. Thank you. Is it important rings? They're just dropping them on the floors all the time. Yeah, it's like I said, that's just a Peter Jackson fan service scene. Now they're trying to get around Galadriel and Halbrand's plot in season 1. It wasn't so welcomed by everyone, but at least I'm glad she told the elves the truth right on. Yeah. They won't make it a dream sequence. I just hope the writing is less awful. Yeah, I also hope the writing is less awful. I've given up the hope for this and anything more than fanfiction. Yeah, I think it will become our favorite bad fanfiction show, something like that, if it's at least decent. I do think Galadriel keeping Nenya, at least for a bit, is important. They've been talking about her personal growth and how she will be more attuned to the earth this season. I think Nenya is a catalyst. I mean, I hope the writing is less awful in the sense that I hope it's less filled with plot holes and inconsistencies. Yeah, that I also hope. The problem is they just wrote themselves a huge plot hole into a huge plot hole already, simply because it makes very, 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 very little sense that the 3 rings of power are forged as the first rings. And now they have to start making lesser rings and then the 16 others. It makes no sense. Like, I don't understand that. Mark is also here. Guten Abend. This Galadriel never met Melian in the first age. Well, Sassy Galadriel was also a thing in the Silmarillion, I guess. We looked briefly at Círdan before the trailer came out, so yes, I don't mind. His looks was the conclusion You can make arguments for him looking a bit younger or not even having a beard, but you can also make arguments for this, so I don't mind. And especially just from a depiction point of view, even though he looks a little bit older, even though he is maybe 5,000 years younger than at the end of Lord of the Rings, it's still kind of his signature look, being like an elf with a beard that looks old, so I can understand why they portray him in a similar way, even though he should not look that old, if that makes sense. Nice to see the Great Eagles as well. Yeah, that's definitely true. He says here, you will give me the 9. Why would Sauron only want the 9? Why did Sauron not want to get the remaining 15 rings? Like, 1 ring is given to him. We see this very early on in the trailer, and seen this in the previous trailer. He has a ring of power on his hand already. There's later a scene talking about this particular fact somewhere. Yeah, here, this thing. Father, take off the ring. And then he pushes him away. Funny looking tree. Oh look, they make the Vulcanian mind melting thing. Now there are also Star Trek references in the thing. Kind of funny. Also, welcome everyone who just tuned in recently. We can maybe watch through the trailer one more time, I think. Elrond's helmet looks like a Tolkien sketch. Yeah, it reminds me. It looks a bit like the how I imagine the helm of Dor-Lúmin, the dragon helmet. I'm still 100% sure what they will do with the Anatar. I think that's the most intrigued. I'm most intrigued about. Yeah, I'm also curious what they will do with him. I'm glad that that the show didn't go with the feared version, Californian surfer dude. That would be actually funny, to be honest. Círdan, the Californian surfer dude. The rings of power look much less refined. I'm not sure if they do, to be fair. I think it might be just a resolution thing. We never see the other rings that close, except maybe for the beginning. Well, let me see if I can find one of the closest looks we get in the what is it called? The prologue of Peter Jackson. It is from the film. I have to admit, they here look a little bit subtle. I kind of like that design also more in comparison. You know what I mean? You could argue due to the 25-year-old camera tech that this was shot with. No, it was. They shot this last, so maybe it's only 24 years old. I'm not sure when they shot this. I know that a lot of stuff of the prologue, I think they produced very late in the show, whatever, in the film back in the day. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. 20 plus years old, so we don't have these crystal sharp images that we have today from close-up shots like this in direct comparison. I mean, it doesn't help that they didn't upload this in 4K resolution, to be fair, but whatever. Yeah, glad, Paul Freeborn, that you were able to catch the live stream here as well. Much, much appreciated. Yeah, that is maybe true. I think we will know in episode 1 if the writers have considered the response in season 1. They will either try to correct course and try somehow to fix stuff, or they will double down on the bad ideas. Yeah, that's, I guess, the two options that we have. I guess that's what you get if you skip making the lesser rings for practice. Yeah, that's probably what you get. And the lesser rings had, lore-wise at least, no gems. Let me see if I find the lore rings quote. The 9, the 7, and the 3, he said, had each their proper gem. Not so the 1. It was round and unadorned, as it were one of the lesser rings. But its maker set marks upon it that the skilled, maybe, could still see and read. So the lesser rings had no jewels. So it would, at least from a book perspective, not work. Chris, the gems in the show look like they're barely cut whatsoever. They look like almost raw stones put on rings. I don't mind that they put raw stones on the rings. Maybe that's, I don't know, the elves' metaphor for jewels on rings is more natural or more unedited or uncut version of these rings. I'm not sure what the correct word is. So the more the raw stone approach. I don't mind that too much, but I still think they look kind of off. Like the jewels are just very, very big on these rings in the show. We have like another shot with the rings. This one here. I always feel like it's a bit too much, or this one here. You know what I mean? Oh, you can't see it. Like in comparison, like to be fair, the Narnia ring also always looked strange in my opinion in comparison to the other rings in the Peter Jackson film. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Peter Jackson ring, the design in the Peter Jackson films also a bit more than I like the ones here. Yeah, the One Ring is stoneless, but also the lesser rings were also without stones. In terms of writing, I would agree with Paul here. In terms of writing, they didn't just back themselves into a corner. They bricked themselves into a corner. They backed themselves into a corner, built a stone wall, and reinforced the brick wall with with steel bracing. Yeah, it's basically like that. They really, I don't understand why they derived so much from this. Now they have so much potential for plot holes in their story. Like, they just created, I don't know, a foundation for plot holes. That's what I don't understand. Like, just stick to the ring smithing order. Else it starts, if you think too much about it, too little sense. And it's so unfair. I mean, Tolkien also did some inconsistencies in his work. Sometimes he couldn't decide on stuff and changed it 20 times. Classic Tolkien stuff, but what you can't say about Tolkien is that he never put thought into stuff. He always put quite a bit, maybe sometimes too much thought into stuff. And that is what we all laugh about, I think, his writing. Because, at least when it comes to Lord of the Rings, in the end, everything he wrote makes completely sense. You could argue the orc origin story is a big problem and so on and so forth. Yeah, for sure, but that's not a big topic or not a topic at all in Lord of the Rings itself. And as a result, Lord of the Rings makes a lot of sense and tries to connect to a lot of loose ends and his lore very well. And it's a bit doing injustice to such a great writer if you just not stick to what he put a lot of thought in. And creating the Rings of Power was something he put a lot of thought in. And not stick to what he wrote there and think, yeah, I can do it better, or it works better this way in the show, and then you just create a bunch of plot holes that makes no sense whatsoever. That's just very unfortunate. Yeah, I would say the Dwarf Ring, I don't like the Elvish rings. The Dwarf Ring, I think, is kind of okay. I don't know why my opinion there is a bit different for the Dwarven Ring. I can't find it somewhere here. The gem is just very big, but it's a massive thing. Let me just see if I can wait. We have to. Let me just switch the screen. I can try to find the article again. That's not an article, actually. Let me just see. Chat, I need a moment. Almost said don't go anywhere. Now I don't find it anymore. It's always the same, chat. Here, I have seen it. Not seen. I have seen it, and I wanted to say I've found it. Maybe I should save this image, to be honest. Just takes a moment, chat. Let's just get me here my production stuff right. How do I bring it on screen now? Okay, it doesn't work as I hoped it would. But here you can see it a bit better. Like, it's a massive jewel on this thing. I kind of, you could say, fits the dwarf, if that makes sense. Has something raw. I don't know. I think it works a bit better for the dwarvish ring. To see someone as guys a surfer, dude. What really puts me off again and again, the show makes stuff kind of look like the Peter Jackson versions, but still changes things, which makes results look weird, like Elrond's helmet or the show Eyeglass at the Spear of Gil-galad, in case people wonder. Elrond's head puts me really off. The question is if these rings of power had such an evil will of their own. That's usually like a trait of the One Ring, and the will of their own is maybe something that the One Ring brings into those rings of power. But as said earlier, I think the difference here is, of course, and Sauron didn't touch these rings, and it depends on if it depends heavily on if these rings of power, I forgot what I want to say, to be honest. It depends a bit if the One Ring exists and which rings of power you have. Like, I think the 3 rings are kind of a special case, as said, because there are some elements clearly missing from these rings. I was there at the breaking of the first wave, Surfer Sauron. Not a thick ring, yeah. I mean, the dwarves are just very small, so maybe the gem looks bigger because it's a dwarf wearing it. Who knows? Yeah, if you look at how Halbrand and Galadriel met, the surfing part is not far off. But of course, Círdan as a surfer boy would really be funny. Young Círdan with a surfboard. Okay, Jed. Let's just look through the trailer one more time to get a grasp what is going on with sound. So prepare for being sounded.
Sauron sees himself as master of all Middle-earth. He seeks to rule it not only through conquest, but by bending the minds of all its peoples to his own. And for that he needs not armies.
No!
But rings.
In choosing to wear those rings, you have all become his collaborators.
I know you believe this ring is deceiving me, but I believe it is guiding me.
All this may be by his design.
These rings may be how he attains power.
They must be destroyed.
We will discuss the rings once you have answered the question. Who is this man?
He is no man. He deceived me. He is Sauron.
What am I to call you?
A sharer of gifts. Our work begins now.
I have walked across mountains and deserts to help my friend find his destiny. One the fate of the world may depend on.
Is it my task to stop the fire? Is it my task to face Sauron?
To try and cheat death might lead to an even greater catastrophe. Father, take off the ring.
I'm afraid, Durin.
Every soul in Middle-earth is in peril. Will you abandon them to their doom?
No, what have you done to me?
Leave Sauron to me.
Promise me, Elrond. You will not stop until he is destroyed.
Forgiveness takes an age. I need your axe, old friend.
Fight with me. Fight with our friends!
When the darkness falls, there are always some who rise forth and shine. You will give me the nine.
Okay, that was the trailer. Again, for people who might have missed it, so maybe tuning in a bit later. It's, yeah, crazy. Are the gemstones on the rings real? I have no idea what the process here of making those rings is. I have not read background information on those, so maybe somebody in chat knows, I don't know. Oh, that's pretty cool. Sapphire, tell us more. I guess it always, I would assume, like in a show like this, if those rings are used more often, you have multiple versions of the rings. Like in Lord of the Rings, I'm not sure if I find the screenshot. There is also for close-up shots, they also made a big version of the One Ring. For example, that's like, I don't know. It's a very funny screenshot. Not sure if I will find it though. But I would love to share it because maybe people haven't seen it yet. Because maybe for some shots you definitely want a very flawless version, but you sometimes need a version that is simply on the hand in an action scene. Yeah, here I found it. It's kind of hilarious, isn't it? But yeah, for some shots it's better if you have a big version of the ring. So sometimes stuff like this here also exists in multiple formats. It's kind of fascinating, but it makes complete sense. Like if the Ring of Barahir on on Aragorn's hand, you only have to slightly see it in shots, but if it's not a close-up of the ring, and you don't want to get ring while doing action scenes, you don't want it to get scratches or destroyed or dirt on it and so on. So as a result, I would imagine you only have very specific scenes where you have these rings, and you have maybe some lower quality versions of them as well, and so on and so forth. Who knows? Maybe it's for the giants. No, it's not for the giants. This is a ring specifically made for close-ups. Also, the One Ring was also in water for quite some time. So it's not like water is some magic anti-evil thing, but the evil avoided water, because water was free from the Morgos element. But water could also be corrupted, as we know from the First Age. In the case of Glaurung, he corrupts some water as well, and some wells and so on. Or springs, whatever you call it. Yeah, that is, like I said, kind of true that it repels it. They avoid the water and so on because the Morgos element is not really in it. But it's not like in German it's Weihwasser, holy water to vampires or something like that. Don't destroy my fantasy ideas with technical explanations. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a common theme. I mean, Tolkien also used some common mythologic themes there. Yeah, some people ask me if I would do a watch party of the first season, but I can't be asked. Like, I hated it at the end so much. I was really annoyed by it. So, yeah, that's definitely a problem for me personally. I mean, still I'm curious what they make in the second season. But the problem is always I make these analysis videos, and usually I'm not bad at analyzing stuff. And I think, oh god, that will be an annoying time again.
He seeks to rule it not only through conquest.
Like, let me just turn off the sound so we can talk a little bit better. Like the shot here, this falling down the stairs, falls to Galadriel's feet, and then she picks it up. I don't understand this, man. It's just I can't wrap my head around it. Like I hate the idea that Sauron was already there, that the elves, at least Galadriel, knew it was Sauron, so the elves have an actual idea who that person is. And then on top of that, he comes back, they let him back in, and they make new rings. Why? Why does it make sense? The only way this makes sense is that Galadriel did not tell who Sauron was. And that would be so out of character, in my opinion. That would be so stupid and unwise by Galadriel. And that's also not how Tolkien wrote it. Sauron is pissed at me. He's trashing my internet connection. Well, I mean, a lot of internet providers, especially in the United States, I recently saw a hardware news video. Maybe I can show it to you. I found it hilarious. Even I'm from Germany, so I have heard about, what is it called? AT&T, I think. So wait a moment. I look it up because Steve is such a fantastic guy and it's a fantastic YouTube hardware site where you can learn a lot of hardware stuff. In case you are into video games, at least, and PC hardware. Gamers Nexus, good old Steve. And he made a fantastic video. And there he had a short explanation. I forgot which video it was, unfortunately. Which video was it? Wait a moment, chat. I have to... Ah yeah, here it was. It was the news side. So shoutouts to shoutouts to Gamers Nexus and Steve. It was, I have to really laugh. I found this, its delivery was really good on this. So here's the hardware. It's completely unrelated, but speaking of internet providers,
AT&T pays a hacking group 5.72 Bitcoin to delete customer data. So you may have heard about the breach of AT&T in the last couple of weeks. AT&T is an interesting company. If you're not in the US, I'll give you some background on them. They suck, and everybody hates them. So
I like his delivery there. They suck, and everybody hates them. Oh man, sorry for going a little bit off road here, but yeah, I found this very hilarious. His delivery on that. I would expect it, a sophisticated explanation what this company does and what it is. He just pinpointed like that. I found it very funny. Whatever, shout out to Steve and Gamers Nexus, fantastic YouTube channel in case you are into hardware stuff. But yes. What is the clearest reminder of the music of the Ainur and the clearest communication with Ilúvatar? Which book is it from? That's an interesting question here. Yeah, the Tom Bombadil is again fan service kind of thing, I think. It's that they took some, like, the show takes so many liberties, and here, like, if the showrunners explicitly, well, we took some liberties with Tom Bombadil, you know, it's complete BS. But yeah, it's... like, I find it kind of cute that they include him in the show, to be honest. I hope he sings a lot at least. No problem. Don't be hasty. But I also tried to find the quote already. I could imagine Morgoth's ring or something like that. No, it's not Morgoth's ring. Maybe People's. People's would surprise me. War of the Jewels could be a possibility. I'm slowly running out of sources for it. make Tom dark and mysterious. I'm not sure. I just like we know the actor who plays him is good at singing, so I guess if he will sing. Like you can't include Tom Bombadil without having him sing. It makes no sense. Yeah, it's more the repelling probabilities of water's more a Melkor evil thing, if that makes sense. Like in Morgoth's Ring we learn that water, let me just see, the oceans especially are named here, not especially water in general, if I remember correctly. I'm in the wrong book here. Morgoth's Ring. Why don't the search functionality of my Acrobat reader is currently not working correctly. Either I spelled Morgoth wrong. Why didn't he find it? It's literally here. Just show me a search result. Oh god, that's why. Okay, that's why I never find it. Okay, found the thing here. Was this Morgoth? Indeed, it was prerequisite for managing someone. It's quite possible. Water is represented as being almost entirely. It was not the ocean then, I remember the quote wrong. Water is represented as being almost entirely free of Morgoth. This, of course, does not mean that any particular sea, stream, river, well, or even vessel of water could not be poisoned or defiled, as all things could. That's a very important detail that Tolkien adds here. Yeah, but the problem is the duel, the singing duel between Sauron and Finrod is not in the Lord of the Rings, and they don't have that much or that many rights, so it's kind of tough for them to do something like this. It's also just some small backstory prologue where they even mention Finrod a little bit. Like, it's complicated. Also Schnarke, nice to see you. Schön, dich zu sehen. Look at the dead marshes. I wouldn't take a sip from those, yeah. Can you explain what you mean? He also has put the One Ring, right? What do you mean with put? On his finger? Like, we haven't seen the One Ring in the show yet. That's also something, like, if we look here at what is happening here. So, we have, like I said, if we go to what I expect in the show happens. So, Halbrand returns to Eregion. And people say, oh no, not that guy again. Look at the thing. Oh god, this guy again. Oh, we are screwed. And then something happens in the meantime with these rings. So I assume, following assumption, returns to Eregion. Let me just see. Then, yeah, I don't know. Something happens in the forge. No, before it happens in the forge, he's welcomed back by Celebrimbor, who's here in the background, closing the door. Said, oh no, he's there. Then in the forge happens something. Not that. And then he comes out of the forge and says, hey, I'm not Hellbrand. I'm actually an emissary of the Valar. I said, oh, cool. How shall I call you? The sharer of gifts, Anatar. And then they get to work and make those rings. And in the meantime, the question here comes up, what is actually going on with these rings of power? It's a bit unclear. Is Celebrimbor also here in this scene? No, he's not. Maybe this is Celebrimbor? I'm not sure. Here's Galadriel, though, in the scene. Elrond seems also it's unusually dark in this place, so it is very unusual for this. So the colors kind of connect to all of this here. Círdan might get a ring. Galadriel gets a ring. I think even Gil-galad must get a ring at some point. And it seems like he's then at some point asking this man here, the king of the elves, the high king of the Noldor elves to be precise, asks Galadriel, dude, this guy there, who exactly is he? And then she tells him, oh, it's Sauron. He's Snowman, he's Sauron. And then something, I don't know, happens in Eregion, where at some point Celebrimbor must realize what he has done. And let me just go back a bit. Where is it? By the way, Spider. And this is later. I'm just wondering who is that dude here? There's a scene where he demands the 9. There was. Sometimes hard to find these short edited scenes. There. You will give me the 9. So at some point, something escalates in this place here. He demands the 9 rings, potential in the books also the other 7 or 6, depending on if Durin has a ring or not. And then he doesn't get it. And then somehow Sauron, maybe here in the meantime or whatever, but in the books it takes 100 years for this to happen. Sauron attacks Eregion, destroys, and gets the rings anyway. The question is, when does Celebrimbor take these 3 rings and gifts them to the to Galadriel and the elves? Like, I don't fully understand how this works. This year it seems more, I don't know. It has a bit too much fate, or the rings choose somebody, in this case Galadriel, vibe for me, that I don't like, because that's not how it happens. Celebrimbor is advised by Galadriel to give the rings away, to hide them from Sauron, never use them, never touch them, something like this, and so on. That they play maybe a little bit with the moments, like, I would have wished that they show how basically Sauron creates the 1 ring, and then the elves are in trouble, and how they react to this. This is kind of what happens, but I don't fully understand. Like, it's a lot of stuff they unpack in this season. And it seems like they even attack Eregion. However, yeah, when Eregion is attacked, we see here at some point Elrond attack, I assume, or help Eregion. That's something that definitely happens there. Galadriel might also attack Eregion with him, which is different in the books. There's actually Celeborn, the husband of Galadriel, working together with Elrond. But he's still missing in the show for unknown reasons. I don't know. Who could this man be? Is this Elrond? No. Is he? Hair looks very black. Very curious who this man here might be. And they kind of help out in Eregion. And what happens after that, it's unclear. That's a very important part. Then we have this scene here, where Durin again has trouble with his father, who got the not the one ring, but the one of these 7 rings that will be known as the Ring of Durin. And stuff happens here as well. And we have this scene where his son Durin rallies these dwarves in Khazad-dûm. Here it is. Here we see all the dwarves and say, yeah, we have to fight and stuff, help our friends, something like that. This is definitely in Moria, in Khazad-dûm. And then, because in the books, the dwarves also help Eregion at some point. And that's maybe something his father does not want to do, and that's why there's a conflict between these two or something. Who knows? Oh god, I forgot to switch the scene. Sorry. Production. Tom. Tom put on the right ring, the one ring, yes. Tom also takes the one ring in his hand, but it has no effect on him. Sauron, not the... No, that's... Like them schnarking with the Lord of the Rings, with the Elden Ring references on the Twitch chat. Yeah, I heard that the completion rate was, I assume, relatively low, but I don't know what the average, like this number means nothing if you don't know what is the average completion rate. Is it abysmal? Like, I have to admit, I know some people who are not that deep into Lord of the Rings who actually said, yeah, the show was pretty decent, I liked it. And that's fine if they get interested in the Lord of the Rings universe. I just would wish the show would do a better job of actually sticking to what Tolkien wrote. But maybe, yeah, a lot of book fans, I guess, have a similar idea or wish for the show. It's a bit unfortunate, I have to admit. But yeah, just to repeat what I just said. So Sauron returns. So Galadriel did not tell Eregion about who Halbrand was. Halbrand returns. Celebrimbor welcomes Halbrand here at some point. Closes the door. Oh no, Halbrand, we have to be secret. The other should not know that you're here. They said I should never talk to you again. But they didn't tell me who you are. In the meantime, yeah, they investigate, ask Galadriel, who is this guy there in Eregion? And Galadriel says, it's not a man, it is Sauron. That's what she basically then tells. In the meantime, in Eregion, Sauron, Halbrand reveals to be an emissary of the Valar, the sharer of gifts, Anatar, as he calls himself, introduces himself. And then they start making the weaker rings, the worse rings than they did before. Maybe somewhat in secret or so from the others, who knows. But I guess Gil-galad will know, I guess, that something's going on there at some point. Else he wouldn't ask Galadriel about that man. And then at some point, yeah, like I said, Celebrimbor realizes what he has done, and then Sauron attacks. I assume here in the show it will be different. I assume that the appearance of Sauron in Eregion is in parallel to the orc stuff. These orcs are, I assume, led by what's he called, Adar in the show, and he attacks for whatever reason Eregion. Why, I don't know yet. That's something that we have to figure out during the season, but there will be definitely an explanation for that, I guess. He attacks in Eregion, and Sauron is in the meantime in Eregion. And then it becomes more and more clear to Celebrimbor what he has done. And then he at some point will say, hey, give me the rings. And then it kind of maybe connects back to what is happening. In the meantime, also, after this dialogue here, with this we ask about the zooming in, right? Wait a moment, chat. Do this really quick. Let's hope it works. We can download the trailer in the meantime. Maybe not, I don't know. Yeah, Gil-galad sends Elrond. And maybe Galadriel follows him to Eregion to attack the orcs, to help Eregion out against the forces of Adar, and then they do the fighting and so on. In the meantime, in parallel, Sauron tries to get the rings from him. That's how I would suspect stuff is working. They have this crown scene here in the at some point, so I assume this is maybe Sauron taking back control over the orcs in Mordor or something like that. Also, Celebrimbor will gift one of the rings of power to Durin III, and then there will be a conflict here among the dwarves. And he says, fight with our friends, and he means Eregion and the elves and so on, and then I assume at some point, while this battle here, the dwarves also join the battle and attack the orcs attacking Eregion and so on. Because that is also what happens in one version Tolkien wrote in the books, that the dwarves also get involved into this battle. So that's, I think, how the show will kind of deal with it. It's a bit different, so they try to hit some of the notes we know from the books, but often also taking a very different approach. So sorry for the thumbnail picture incident. Sometimes I forget to press the transition button. Cast into the fire. I hope Círdan will hear of what is going on and tells Gil-galad and Elrond something like, I thought I raised you better than that. Yeah, very curious what Círdan's role in this will be. I hope he is like a voice of reason in the show. Take one great rings of power. Get 3 other rings for free or something like that. So yeah, I have no idea where they will go with this. So yeah, maybe let's just run the trailer here in the background. And like I said, the rings are a bit... like I said, I like the more subtle approach of how the rings looked. The more subtle approach, this one here. No, it was not the image I was looking for. This was it. From the Peter Jackson films, like here I like the rings a bit more like bling. They look a little bit too, what do you call it? I don't know. Too over the top, simply. Since the elves are immortal, they need free cheaters for eternity. Yeah, it might be true. Beautiful shot, though, I have to admit. Here's like a bridge. This looks a bit like one place in Mordor or something. What bridge could this be, chat? Where are they going? You know what I mean? It's kind of strange. If it's the same bridge, because this lantern here is the same, like, am I the only one who feels this shot and the previous shot don't fit together? But you see, here's the other side. It's definitely a bridge. There's the other part of the bridge here. But this shot here doesn't look like there's a huge abyss in front of it, if that makes sense. I mean, it could be, yes. But for me, the vibe of this shot is so different from the other shot. I mean, yes, it could be. There could be like a, what do you call it, huge abyss in this place. I don't know. Like, wow. Yeah, I don't know. Just curious. Do we know a bridge that is kind of destroyed in the Rings universe? There is... The only places I can think of are Tharbad and Sarenford. But I wouldn't suspect a bridge there or something like this. The question is also, when are those destroyed? They, I think, destroyed much later, not in the Second Age. Orcs look pretty cool, I would say. That definitely works. I'm 100% sure, but I think this is Círdan, and maybe this other could be Galadriel. I mean, it could also be Elrond, I guess, but something like that. And both have this greenish dress, if that makes sense. That's of course true, Mark, but it would be like, with this argument, I should never stream again. Like, it's kind of fun speculating, even though the showrunners might not care about it or whatever, or make stuff up. But it's kind of interesting what reference it could be, because this always leads us to look into the books, read them, and find something cool. And that is awesome. Even though we might be wrong. It doesn't matter. It's the journey that matters. I'm just eating here my chocolate bar. But yes, it's oh, Spielkalb, nice to see you. Isle of Werewolf. That's a good point. Like it could be. I mean, First Age doesn't make sense because Beleriand is not there, but it's a good call. Isle of Werewolf. It could also, like, there is a bridge actually in the form of Nargothrond. Nargothrond had a bridge, and it was advised to destroy the bridge, which they didn't do. But yeah. Yeah, it leads them to the race at the end. That is also something that could be connected. They have to explore some place again. So maybe they make like a new... that would be... I have to admit, I like if people do some investigation stuff. I'm not sure why I like that, but especially like in a fantasy world, I kind of find it somewhat cool. I just wish the show would do it better. You know, the idea in the first season where Galadriel is with this expedition in the north and try to find out something about Sauron. The idea behind this I find very cool, to be honest. The problem was the execution there, but, you know, I think this investigation stuff is always a good way if you have to transport a lot of background information. So basically makes them, yeah, we go there, we check this, okay, we find this in the context of the lore, that means that, and then you can explain a bit of the background information and the lore, and put it into what you see and what is going to happen into context. But I feel like what Galadriel did there was so disconnected from the rest that it was a cheap setup for her being angry and I don't know what. It was not the right direction. But having like Galadriel and Elrond riding through Middle Earth and finding out lore stuff, what could this mean? What could happen? And then they find these... Where was the scene here, chat? Here. And then they're suddenly in some dark cave surrounded by these, I assume, proto-Barrow-wights or something. You know what wonders me? This circular thing here in the background. I think they're not in a cave, they're in a forest, chat. Could this be the moon, chat? Or is this like some window and they're inside some dark citadel or something? You know what I mean? I would also say it's a forest. Like in the previous shots, I would have, like, if you see this scene here, I would have thought this may be in a cave or something because the fog is so thick and these formations could be... I mean, now as you say, it's more tree-like, right? But previously I thought there maybe these are some kind of spiky... what do you call spiky things? Like spiky cave things. That's, I think, the official term for it. But no, it's not a cave, it's a forest, right? Okay. My question here is, why does it not... No, it worked. Okay, I download the YouTube video. The problem is not in 4K, which I find very sad. I wish that they would upload this in a high resolution. It's a castle in the far in the background. Oh, interesting. I have to look at this scene again. Trees without Treebeard. I mean, Treebeard could be definitely around. Maybe it's young Treebeard. But Gandalf was still aware who he was. He might have forgotten some details because he was kind of in the timeless halls, maybe with the spirit for some time. So that time, as the name suggests, he could have been gone for an eternity. From his perspective. It could also be more a Peter Jackson thing, though. Yeah, the ruin, it could be Dol Guldur. It would be interesting if it's Dol Guldur. But Dol Guldur at this time is Amon Lang and should be inhabited by the elves. I mean, the same argument you could also make about Círdan. We also discussed at the beginning if he should look younger, and I would say yes, potentially. I promise I want to eat my thing here, and then I can't talk for a moment. It's bad in a live stream, I think. Limestone cave has stalactites hanging from above and stalagmites sticking up from the floor, but I think that scene was a foggy moonlit forest. Yeah, I agree with you, Steven. And thank you for the stalagmites and stalactites. Or stalagmites with an M, right? I have to look the spelling up. For Círdan, that is why the beard isn't as long yet. Yeah, that's a good argument you can make as well. Though we talked about Mahtan, who was at some point young. He's also very old from the perspective of the Third Age, of course. But he also had a beard already. You can maybe look into the Gandalf thing for a moment. I have to switch scenes because it went black when I have this other window above it. Yeah, here we have this scene here from the book. I found it. At last Aragorn stirred. Gandalf, he said, beyond all hope you return to us in our need. What veil was over my sight? Gandalf. Gimli said nothing, but sank to his knees, shading his eyes. Gandalf, the old man... Again. Gandalf, the old man repeated, as if remembering from old memory a long disused word. Yes, that was the name. I was Gandalf. He stepped down from the rock, picking up his grey cloak, rubbed it around him. It seemed as if the sun had been shining, but now was hid in cloud again. So, this scene also Peter Jackson portrayed quite well, as I just found out. And yeah, so it seems it took in also a moment to remember, but he has not forgotten who he was completely. And also here in this case, like you have to see it from the like Gandalf's physical body was killed. Then his spirit went through some means to potentially God himself to Eru, so that would mean to the timeless halls, where basically like an eternity could have passed in the meantime, because it is outside the realms of time and space. And then he was sent back to his body to come back, and he awoke naked on the mountaintop, was then brought to LotR, where he got a new staff and clothes by Galadriel in LotR, and then he made his way back. And she calls him, I guess, Mithrandir or something like that. But maybe she also called him Olorin, because he could have known his actual Aman name. Who knows? And yeah, when he meets his friends again during the chapter, The White Rider, then we have this scene here where they call him Gandalf, as they have always called him. And then he had to remember this name for a word. But it's not like he has completely memory loss. It's just like, oh, I wasn't called like this in a billion years. Something like that. And especially the Gandalf that we see here in the trailer, that's also an important thing. We haven't talked about this section, actually. By the way, who's this here? Any idea, chat? There's somebody with like a flag or something. And then we have this scene. The first thing I thought here, this is like Star Wars. These are the Tusken Riders looking down at the people. They are sitting not on horses, but on their swoop bikes or something like that, and starting to raid the Wanderer down there in a moment. Now that's my suspicion, that these are the mystic women from Rhûn that we have talked about. This is a well. We have seen the other trailer again. He can now do a whirlwind or something. There's a thumbnail again. So who is this? That was my question. If there would be a second sun, it could be Tatooine. Just want to point that out. Then this scene here is like the Tusken Riders are spying on some wanderers in the Tatooine desert, and they're sitting here on their swoop bikes. These are not horses, they're swoop bikes. And then they're attacked. That could be Star Wars. I don't know why. We have the stranger again, who is most likely Gandalf. Here the mystics with the moth and the moth magic. You can do a whirlwind. That's a well here we have seen in the previous scene. I hate to repeat everything because I'm too stupid to do production. And here we have Tom Bombadil talking to him. And this is the Numenor stuff. He also seems to, for whatever reason, able to use or he has access to the Palantir and sees the vision. And here we have the fire. And this may be a reference to Sauron, because this cut here cuts to Anatar. And then we cut to the Balrog as well. Isn't this, chat? Is this a what is this scene here? This is a Balrog, by the way. It seems like Sauron sees it in the fire. So the Palantir thing is strange, because yeah, all the Palantir were in Numenor. So there's no, at this time in the Second Age, there's no Palantir in Middle-earth. And yeah, the Balrog also is back and does some action, which I find very, very strange. Because the Balrog is not a topic of the Second Age. But I assume that they might do an exception, as always. I think there are rumors that he will sing, and the actor is known that he can sing, so I would be surprised if he does not sing at least once. Also, in the previous season, Poppy was her name, I think. She also sung. Sang? What is the past tense, the correct one? Whatever. You know what I mean. Tom dropping some auto-tune shit. No, I don't think so. Like I said, I think the actor is known to be able to have quite a good singing voice. Performance of all, no, that would be also against conventions, international conventions like the Genfer Convention and stuff like that. Not sure what is in English. Yeah, it seems like, but just the translation, I mean, as rumors are that they kind of negotiated the rights to use the name Anatar, because technically this name is not appearing in the Lord of the Rings, so they can't use it. Elrond is a banner bearer, that's actually true. Yeah, the stranger is basically Obi-Wan. You are right, exactly. So now they are referencing Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, and we had some other reference here which I forgot. This is a long rumored Middle-earth Star Wars crossover event, but am I the only one who gets Star Wars vibes from these scenes here? Yeah, I think there was also like Mythical one says, I thought we got confirmation. I also think there was some interview where they said he will definitely sing, so I'm not worried about that. Geneva Accords, whatever. That's also an interesting scene here. Here we have Tom Bombadil, and yeah, stuff is kind of not green. Tom disapproves this, of course. Here we have an interesting detail. First of all, they talk to each other. Okay, the interesting detail is gone. Where is the interesting detail? Here it is. So in this scene here, where they are standing, where I thought it was a city previously, but it's people standing at the cliff. This is Numenor, I would assume. Min Tarma there in the background. And I assume, I know what happens here exactly, but this woman, which I assume is Miriel. So the woman in the water with this sea monster is actually Miriel, which I find still strange. So maybe they're summoning the beast to work for them. I don't know why they would do this. Or Miriel gets simply eaten, which would also be strange. What is this dude doing here? Is this like an orc, or is this some kind of troll? I don't know. Here he has the crown wrong. Okay, here's my theory, what might happen here, chat. This is a flashback. This scene here. Maybe I'm wrong. And this is Adar. And he is supposed to put on the crown on Sauron's head. But instead he turns it around and stabs Sauron with it. And that is how Sauron, how he killed Sauron initially. Who knows? But maybe I'm wrong. The question is, who is this here? Is this Galadriel? Who gets hit by so many arrows? Like, the person here definitely has a bow. Could also be one of the elf companions of Galadriel who gets shot by orc arrows and stuff. Could also be a dream or something. Miriel is a sea monster. No, that's not the case because we see them in one shot both at the same time. So I think that's not the case. Star Wars Mad Max. Especially the cut Sandstorm in Return of the Jedi. Yeah. Yeah, the Rider and the Spyglass definitely feels Star Warsy for me. Yeah, exactly. I also got immediately have to think of Star Wars and the stuff. Oh, Clueless Fangirl is here. Was geht ab? We're just watching like 2 years ago the new the San Diego Comic-Con trailer. Nice to see you. Long time no see. I hope you're doing fantastic. And yeah. Same as always, sitting here for hours analyzing every frame. Nothing has changed. Show is still bad fanfiction, it seems. We're just on for 2 hours 49 minutes. But the trailer, the trailer 30 minutes, the trailer wasn't out yet, so technically just, let's say, 2.5 hours. Not that long. Theo was on the first trailer. Yes, he was. Theo was very shortly on the first trailer. Yeah, that's true. 12 hours to go. Yeah, I hope not. So this is Tree No Beard. It's maybe young Treebeard. Would be funny if that would be actually young Treebeard. I don't mind that they include the thing here. Numenor is always tough to tell what's going on. Like this scene here where Miriel goes into the water, we have seen multiple times by now. Says he and can't find the thing here. This scene here we have seen so many times. Not the Durin scene, but this one here. And the other trailer was, well, it seems to be, maybe it's not important, maybe it's important, but there seems to be something going on there with this particular scene. Very strange. Still find strange that Tom Bombadil shows up. When can we watch season 1 in one go? You can do this anytime. I won't do that on this on this channel, I have to admit. I'm so annoyed by the first season, you have no idea. I've been so busy with life and baby and lots of moving. I'll do some stuff soon. Awesome, nice to see you then back. And maybe Chris invites me for another show. Yeah, just say when you want to be on the show. You will be always invited. We already did some discussion here on the German Tolkien Society channel as well, previously with Lucas and me and some other dudes there. And I assume at some point they will also do a discussion of this trailer, so maybe maybe you can join there. Who knows? Almost 2, yeah. The show came out 2 years ago. It's a kind of an indicator how old the child is by now. Scary how fast time goes by. Ah, nice. I'm kind of surprised how far the microphones still pick up my chewing. Sorry for that. No, it seems like the Sion's daddy is not Sauron, I think. I don't know. So Eagle Lens, maybe that's a warning scene. We've seen this in the previous trailer, this as well. There was this one scene we wanted to look in, we want to zoom in. I forgot where it was, so we have to skip through a bit. Here it is. I think this might be Círdan, I'm not 100% sure. It's at 33 seconds. Okay, chat, let's try to get this zoomed in. Of course. I'll redo this, chat. Maybe from here. It just takes a moment, chat. I'm so bad at multitasking sometimes. Speaking and finding stuff on my hard drive is tough challenge. Let's mute it here on this thing here. What it was a time code, chat? 33 seconds, not 22. Okay. It's always a stupid idea. Doesn't matter too much, I guess. Okay. Hey, where's my screen capture? Credits. I have no screen capture? I mean, I rarely need it, but... I'm sometimes, these OBS stuff, always. You have to make it smaller because of the resolution difference. Okay. So, in theory, I should be able to zoom in here. It might flicker at times. Okay, so this is the scene I'm talking. The question is this man here Círdan or not? Well, it's hard to see. The problem is the resolution. So this is definitely Galadriel, of course. But who's he? Hair looks kind of blondish, but could be the light. So it could be gray hair lit in a specific way that it appears more blonde. Not sure what your opinion is, Chad. Jesus Christ. No, I think you might be mistaken there. Okay, they said Glorfindel shows. Maybe this is then Glorfindel. I imagine. I think Glorfindel should have blonde hair. It could be also the fan art I like most, that where he has blonde hair, but I think he has blonde hair. Yeah, he has. I think in the description, yes, it's described as golden. Where did Chris go? I'm still here. The proper title for the Nazgul is Darth. Yeah, we're still at the same trailer. Now we got to the part where we zoom in all the time. Did you notice a wizard surrounded by moth? No, not yet. Yeah, I think the new trailer thing has no link yet. I have not added it in the description. Yeah, it could be Glorfindel for sure. Círdan actor. Look online, same haircut. Yeah, the haircut seems very similar to Círdan. And the curls and stuff, it's him. Yeah, I would also say it's Círdan, so I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe this is where he gets Narya, the ring from Gil-galad. From Gil-galad. Would be the scene here. I could try to enhance the scene a bit, sharpen it a bit. Nah, sharpening rings not too much, chat. And that's all I have. What is faded film for an effect? Okay. Doesn't help too much, to be honest. Exposure, contrast. No, it doesn't get better. I would need a Photoshop effect for this. I can't do here in this thing. So it doesn't help. Okay, we turn back to the normal trailer scene here. If we have something interesting going on, we still can return. If that is needed, chat, I have it here set up now, which I think is good. This was fun, gotta go. Yeah, have a fantastic day. Thank you for joining, Steven. It does a nose match, potentially, I guess. I guess we will find it out later on. Oh, good luck with your appointment then. Have fun with the trailer. Hope desperately but faintly we're pleasantly surprised by season 2. I also hope that we are positively surprised. It would be cool to see Glorfindel in the show as well, not gonna lie. I mean, what are they going to do with Glorfindel in the second season, though? He appears in the text in the last writings chapter or section of Peoples of Middle-earth, that we know that he already arrives in Middle-earth in the Second Age, potentially with a blue with it. So there's that. Then Geardan to Gilgalad. The next ship is ready. Where are the next elves you want to get rid of? I don't like the veiled elf ladies. Yeah, well, there were veiled elf ladies in this previous season as well. So yeah, whatever. Also, in later seasons, not in season 2. Okay, understood. I mean, in theory, if you take the writings of the book serious, or have access to it or something, he was definitely sent to Middle-earth around the time of the One Ring. So from this perspective, it would make sense when the rings are forged that he's maybe counseling also Gilgalad or something. Even though that's Tolkien never explicitly stated this. Círdan, where's the Glorfindel text? Is it first or the second? It's the first one. Excuse me, I had to sneeze, but I muted myself in time. So not rip headphone users. It's also interesting. In 1600, it became clear to all the leaders of elves and men and dwarves that war was inevitable against Sauron, now unmasked as a new Dark Lord. Just want to point that out. Okay, here's the text when he returned. His return must have been for the purpose of strengthening Gilgalad and Elrond when the growing evil of the intentions of Sauron were at last perceived by them. It might therefore have been as early as Second Age 1200 when Sauron came in person to Lindon and attempted to deceive Gilgalad but was rejected and dismissed. But it may have been, perhaps more probably, as late as circa 1600, the Year of Dread, when Barad-dûr was completed and the One Ring forged, and Celebrimbor at last became aware of the trap into which he had fallen. For in 1200, though, he was filled with anxiety. Gilgalad still felt strong and able to tread Sauron with contempt. Also, at that time, his Númenórean allies were beginning to make strong permanent havens for their great ships, and also many of them had actually begun to dwell there permanently. In 1600, it became clear, and so on, that's what I just read. So that's what Tolkien wrote in the 70s, shortly before he died, published in The Peoples of Middle-earth in the chapter The Last Writings, and there's a section called Glorfindel. It's more in the middle of it, I guess, or shortly before the end. So that's how the books depict this time. Oh, Liana Stark is also here. Welcome, nice to see you. I'm always surprised that people come back here after I'm talking for so many hours about this stuff here. Listening to my rambling here all the time. Almost missed your stream. Yeah, that's so easy. I haven't streamed in some time because I'm still busy with the Elden Ring expansion called The Shadow of the Erdtree, which is fantastic with some flaws, but still overall pretty good. And currently working on some complex boss guide for the final boss of the game. So that's one of the reasons why I'm a bit neglecting this channel here for the time being. This will change when the show comes out. Then I will be Lord of the Rings content more. I plan to also do a video for this channel in August again. Something like that. But who knows? Maybe I'm not able to make all of this. But when the show comes out, we'll definitely have live streams, cover them. I might make some opinion videos what I thought about the show, whatever. There will be content that is Lord of the Rings related, as always. Yeah, I agree. That's the clueless fangirl. The 3 Elden Rings seem to be tainted and evil, judging by the trailer. Yeah, it's just. I also talked at the beginning of the stream that I don't like that too much, to be honest, because that's not what these rings are. They are flawed by their initial design, but they are not tainted or unsullied, you could say, and actually help to do some good with them. So that Sauron never touched those. So I find it kind of strange. I mean, yeah, when he has one ring at this time, they are of course very dangerous as well, but it's not 100% clear what's going on there exactly. We even haven't seen the One Ring, which I find so strange. It will turn. Glorfindel was the elf with the Balrog, when the Mithril was created, and the Balrog stirs, so Glorfindel appears. Yeah, I could imagine something like that. Another try with Galadriel, but now in chains, so she can't jump the ship again. Wow. The Balrog has something to do while he's sleeping, yeah. It's more that they are just background decoration rather than the veils, yeah. I guess that's true. Oh, Troy Hillman, welcome. Nice to see you. Someone say, hell, we'll have to catch up on the live stream later, but looking forward to the analysis. I enjoyed the SDCC trailer. Gave me a lot of second age things I've been excited for. I hope I was not too negative, to be honest. Like, the beginning kind of worried me a little bit. I have to admit, what I have to, like, to say something positive finally about the trailer at times, is I feel like one thing that the first season had, it looked a bit small, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like when we see some of these orc army stuff here, this suddenly looks here a bit bigger, if that makes sense. Like, it's not like, oh, they're just 5 soldiers and they're fighting for a village with 3 houses or something like that, like in season 1, which could be COVID related as well and stuff. Keep this in mind, but yeah, it's looking a bit bigger now, everything. So that's, I think, is a good thing, because it's epic battles that people still talk about thousands of years later and so on. Oh, there's, by the way, a big ogre dude, right? A troll. Yeah, that's definitely the troll. We have seen him on one of the trailers. These dudes, massive. Look how tall this dude is. So stuff like this looks pretty cool, I have to admit. The orcs always said looked pretty great. This here also looks like a very big cavalry army, so that's also pretty cool. I'm playing The Witch of the Fern. I've not heard about this, Fern Island. It's a cozy game. Next on the list is Tales of the Shire, Dragon Age 4, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I just think for a moment what the abbreviation is. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 might be also pretty cool. Very curious how Dragon Age 4 turns out. And yeah, Tales of the Shire we will also look into when it comes out. I hope it doesn't collide with the show, to be honest, because it would be a bit much to deal with, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. Season 2 looks better, I have to admit as well. I just hope that they can get out of the corners they wrote themselves into, as we discussed earlier. Paul Freeborn put it quite well. They not only wrote themselves into a corner, but built a brick wall around it and reinforced it with steel or something like that. It's, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It's better. Numenor stuff looks boring, and I don't like the actors, and feel 0 for them. I like Isildur, I have to admit. I like the actor of Isildur. So curious what happens with this guy. We've seen him here in the trailer briefly as well, with the spider. Is this Narvi? I think this is Narvi. I'm not 100% sure, but I think we talked about Narvi a moment ago here. I think that's him. Elendil also I also liked, I have to admit. Here we have spiders. So the theory that we have, spider warning by the way, that there are spider things going on are true, but we suspected this from the previous behind the scenes trailer because there was a spider picture somewhere there. So yeah, he, for whatever reason, tries to get out. I mean, it kind of makes sense. If he tries to get out of Mordor, he maybe gets to Cirith Ungol, where also later the Numenorians built, or the Gondorians, I should say, the descendants of the Numenorians in exile, built the Tower of Cirith Ungol and stuff like this. So maybe if he goes to the Shadow Mountains of Mordor, there might be Shelob still there. We know that Shelob was there before Sauron, I think. There's something about this. This here is Arondir, I would assume, or Theo. The hair doesn't fit Arondir. Who's any idea who this is? There is of course the mother of Theo, and she is not in the show anymore. I'm not sure if she dies or whatever. Who knows? Maybe she gets replaced by an actress. But it seems like this dude just wants to hit her, which sounds terrifying, to be honest, or him. It's interesting that we see a lot of Eregion stuff, but the Numenor stuff is pretty... There's not much going on there in the trailers. Like, we have some scenes. We know the eagle lands there, so they maybe give the Numenoreans a warning. Who knows? There was also some other message of Clueless Fangirl I want to read. And of the elf rings, Sauron most desired to possess them, for those who had them in their keeping could ward off the decays of time and postpone the weariness of the world. Yeah, exactly. Sauron's greatest desire were the 3 Elven Rings. That's a good point as well. I hope they treat the 3 Elven Rings well in this season. So far, it doesn't look like it, to be honest. Lore-wise, at least. The dwarf plot might also be interesting. Yeah, what I don't like is the Balrog. Like, why is there a Balrog there? That's not the Balrog, though. Here he is. I don't understand the following scene, yet this year. We know that Pharazôn is looking at the Palantir, which, yeah, it's theory possible, because the Palantir were all in Numenor at this time. But here we see Sauron or Anatar standing, we have fire, and in the fire he sees the Balrog. Maybe because he is a servant of Morgoth, or was a servant of Morgoth once, same as the Balrog. Maybe when he becomes active, he can kind of sense this, and he sees this in some fire while standing in Eregion or so. Hard to tell. And this is a scene I'm curious what they're going with this, because like I said, the Balrog is not a topic of the Second Age. The Balrog destroys Moria / Khazad-dûm in the Third Age, so thousands of years later. It's kind of a weird thing that they dig out the Balrog here for the show. It's again the classic fan service stuff. I also like the actress of Miriel, I have to admit. So it's not like I don't care about them, but I didn't like the overall plot in Numenor. It felt like too constructed, and the payoff of it was so small and little that I felt like, yeah, it was kind of a waste in season 1 at least. I hope they can improve this, though I have the feeling that in season 2 they have to focus quite a bit on the very important stuff happening around the creation of the One Ring. So I would assume that we don't see Numenor as much in this season and becomes more important the next season. Miriel for president. I'm interested to see Pharazôn into a warrior king. There might be new actors in Numenor as well. Yeah, that's possible. They dragged Narvi into this. When did he get best friends with Celebrimbor? I guess not in this show. Yeah, I think that is also something... where you ask yourself, well, yeah, the Narvi dude. Why does Celebrimbor not talk to him in season 1 at once? Strange. To be honest, the trailer gives me more of an Elden Ring vibe than Lord of the Rings. Hey, don't talk down to Elden Ring. Yeah, the trailer stuff is like we have the hint of. We have to look at the moss stuff. I forgot about that. We look at this in a moment as well. If I don't forget it again. We have this scene here where Celebrimbor, well, that was brutal. Let the rings fall. There was another scene in the other trailer. Maybe he tries to destroy them or something. I don't know. And then a bit later, he says, "Give me the 9." Maybe he says, "Give me the 9 and the 7" or something like this, or the 9 and the 6, because. Yeah, the unity of these rings is... I was a bit worried, I have to admit, that initially, before we have seen these trailers, my worry was that Sauron creates the other rings also in Mordor. I was a bit worried about that. And then he gives them out, because in my mind, it makes no sense after what happened in Season 1 that he returns to Eregion and says, "Hey, I'm back, nothing happened before." It's just... And Celebrimbor says, "Yeah, this dude, totally trust him." There's a notice that my microphone is very loud. Whatever. I think about Farazon. Yeah, well, the timing couldn't be more fitting, I guess. Now let's hope that what we know from the books happening in Numenor just is not what happens also. It's not reflected by reality. I would appreciate that quite a bit. The world is messed up as it is. We don't need real world Numenor and stuff. So it's interesting. Love your stream breakdown. Thank you, much appreciated. Oh yeah, we want to look the moss connection here. So here we have this Tatooine rider. Still no idea who that might be. This is really curious. Why is he have a flag or something? Also can't recognize the silhouette. Here we have these two wandering over Tatooine. Here are the Tusken Raiders. Here we have the moss stuff now. It was also present previously. Question, where was the moss scene? Yeah, here's the other scene. This Tom Bombadil. He talks. I think this is Tom Bombadil from the back. Has a hat on. Would fit Chris, you are silent. Am I? It was me. Okay, okay. We talked about this scene here. Might be one of the friends of Galadriel and Elrond. More Numenor stuff. Not sure what they are doing. Narvi, the spider. Okay, I was just thinking about it. I have a theory. Where was the moss scene though? Yeah, it looks like that the clothes were not colorful enough. Why did I not see the moss thing? I mean, here we see the moss. Okay, got this. Maybe this scene here? Are there moss here? Yeah, maybe on the ground. No, it could be just some particles on the ground. I assume these particles here are not moss. I assume it's just some dust-related particles. The moss girls are back, yeah. Who said this with the moss and the Gandalf surrounded? Can you maybe hint me into the in the direction of where you saw it? But I got an interesting idea, which I need to read for. Should be in the Lord of the Rings, of course. No. Narrowed rapidly. Soon Sam came to a long flight of broad, shallow steps. Now the Orc Tower was right above him, throwing back, and in it the red eye glowed. That's wrong. I'm going the wrong direction. Disturbed as if out some gloating dream by his small yell, she turned slowly the dreadful malice of her glance upon him. But almost before we're talking about Shelob, she was aware that a fury was upon her greater than any she had known in countless years. The shining sword bit upon her foot and shore away the claw. Sam sprang inside the arches of her legs, and with a quick up-thrust of his other hand stabbed at the clustered eyes upon her lowered head. One great eye went dark. Now the miserable creature was right under her for a moment, and so on. And later we can read, slowly he raised his head and saw her only a few paces away, eyeing him, her beak drabbling a spittle of venom and a great green ooze trickling from below her wounded eye. So I saw the moment. I know that Shelob had a wounded eye, so I thought maybe they tried to explain how her eye was wounded, but it was actually Sam that wounded her eye in the first place. I wasn't sure if she had like another old wound somewhere. Maybe we can... Don't know. Maybe somebody in chat knows. Stranger is Gandalf? Yeah. Stranger is most likely Gandalf. It could still be one of the blue wizards, but then where is the other blue wizard? Except they make Tom Bombadil the other blue wizard, but that would be stupid. The other not so well head is also back. Welcome, Schnarke. Hope you're feeling better. Moss are the return of the Nazgûls. Not bad, not bad. The masked people in the desert, you mean these people here? That are the Tusken Raiders. They are indeed out of Star Wars. We have no idea who they are. Could be some people of Rune. An interesting detail. The hands of this person are black. So I would assume, considering the location, though that doesn't have to mean anything in the show, to be fair. Because, like, technically they go to the east, and in the east we have the people of Rune, the Easterlings as they are called. So it could be an Easterling, but usually Easterlings are not depicted with a dark skin tone. That's more a thing of Harad and the Haradrim. So I don't know, maybe it is a Haradrim living in the east or something like this. I always felt like there was some connections between Harad and the Haradrim and the Easterlings, because they were both allied at some point in parts with Sauron, so they could have met and stuff like this. Who knows? But like I said, since they showed us colorblind casting anyway, it's not really an important detail now thinking about this. Yeah, they included Hobbit, Balrog, and Gandalf. Fan service, yeah, it's for sure fan service. Yeah, don't worry about the spelling. I also spell often stuff wrong. It could also be the Fremen from Dune. That's also a possibility, yeah. You're all right. And they are going to kill them for their water of their body, I assume. Death Eater crossover. Death Eater Nazgul. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with their masks. There's like no real description for a mask like this, I think, somewhere. So I remember Tolkien mentioning hideous masks somewhere. A hideous skull was when Saruman died. I think that was the quote I had in mind. It was not a hideous mask, but a hideous skull. Thank you, Gaia, for your what is it called on YouTube? Something with super, but yeah, much appreciated for your generosity. Another wizard in Rune, played by Kiarian Hints. Can you explain this a bit further? Okay, I understand. The actor. Yeah, he's also listed in this. Is he the actor of that? Super chat, it's called. Thank you, Spielkalb. Yeah, pod races or the swoop bikes in Star Wars. Like, could also like the Tusken Raider thing is, I think. Or do you know that some of these people one of these guys is played by the actor? What do I want to look? Wait a moment, chat. No, that's wrong. I have too many things open, chat. Always a problem. Oh, okay, there's actually also a spider look. We can't look at this without giving a spider warning. You have to slow down the very short scene with the moss, and then you see the staff at the end, and that is the wizard in a... okay. Okay, I understand. We look at this in a moment. I was just checking out some stuff here. Just takes me a moment, chat. I'm just checking something. The Tom Bombadil actor is Rory Kinnear, though, I think. Yes. I hope I pronounce his name right, because as a not a native speaker, pronouncing names in English is always like sometimes guesswork. And we go back here to this thing. First scene with the moss, and then there's a staff. Maybe you see the dude here. Maybe he gets captured or something. Short scene with a moth here. There is a strange staff here. It looks different than the staffs we have seen before. So you mean the form of the staff head here is basically the shape of the wizard? No, thumbnails back. Okay. I got that. You often have to write, we can't see. You think it's Ciaran Hinds holding the staff. Understood. I'm not even sure how to pronounce the name. Now I understand what you mean. But it's impossible to see due to the unfortunate not ideal quality. Why is it on 720? Come on, YouTube. Don't cheat me here out of my resolution. That might be a different person, because here in the background we see a person, I think, with a staff. That's maybe the person, and this person here got summoned or something. Yeah, okay, I understand. You might be right. This is maybe then the male sorcerer in the background, the main sorcerer of this cult or something, and he summons it. Okay, I understood. Good call. It could be the third priestess that they resurrect or something. Is it her though? Like the priestess, the main priestess was Eminem. I have to admit, it looks kind of mysterious and cool though, so I'm very curious what is going on there. One too many. I don't know. One good blue, one bad blue with it, and one good blue with it would be cool. Would it be cool though? I mean, aren't they supposed to be both good in the books? But yeah, it would be interesting if the wizards have some what do you call it, antagonist that counteracts, or the wizard has somebody who counteracts him. And then this is like his big rival here. But he has Gandalf has Tom Bombadil on his side, so basically it's auto win. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, not bad, not bad. The reference. The problem with a version where they formed cults, though, and so on, is that in these versions, these wizards came in the Third Age, not in the Second Age, though. So the only version where the blue wizards arrive in the Second Age is the one where both are actually successful and good. They really do look like Tusken, right? They really do look like that, yes. I'm so happy that I'm not the only one. What I find an interesting detail here on the Tusken Rider is here in the corner. Can you see it? Yeah, you can see my mouse cursor. Like, this is like a height or scale of almost looks like the back of a dragon or a dragon tail. You know what I mean? But of course, it could be some big lizard entity, and this is metal put onto it to look like dragon scale. But I find this find a very it's a cool design in my opinion. I'm not 100% sure if it fits Lord of the Rings from this shot alone, because it really looks like Star Wars, but nonetheless, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, one of these, wait a minute, I assume one of these riders here might be the rider we see, because this is, jokes aside from the Star Wars stuff, this here is clearly a horse. Here are the ears, here's the fur of the horse. This is just like something. Here, this guy, for example, has, see this little thing here, this could be the flag holding thing. You know what I mean? Well, here he holds it in his hand. In the next scene, it's not the hand though, but maybe he's put it somewhere. There's a little thing to put it in or whatever. Could be the flag. So maybe it's this dude here riding in the scene we have seen previously. I feel like the masks, I mean, yes, I guess they are possible, but they, from my perspective, also don't really look like Tolkien fantasy. They look very, I don't know, could be from a Mad Max film, like it placed, or from Star Wars or whatever, placed in the future. I mean, yes, they might be able to make a mask like this in theory, for sure, but I don't know, chat. It looks a bit, I wouldn't say futuristic, but kind of. The laws didn't stop them, that makes sense. But it's a Tim Tatooine again. Make room for some drama. I mean, it's not sand, but here's a sandworm now, but in Star Wars there's also a sandworm. Well, it's not really moving, I think. Whatever. Curious what the deal with this shot particular is. Is this like a hint to the brown lens or whatever? But the brown lens are coming to existence much later. Yeah, the wereworms. It's a bit complicated with the wereworms, I would say, in The Hobbit. The Hobbit is always a special case. No, he's throwing too many references together. What this scene here is Isildur, by the way. Just want to point that out. This scene was in the previous trailer as well. It's hard to see him. I mean, it could be Theo, but I think it's Isildur. Oh, that looks brutal, this shot. That's the best shot, but I'm pretty sure it's Isildur. Let's cut there. I can't make it work. People wanted the story to be a bit more interesting. Yeah, that's true. My question is, where's Galadriel falling on? Is this an orc or something? Somebody dead? Here's somebody lying on the, or something lying on the ground. Galadriel falls on it. It seems like somebody pushes her over, or she's doing like the Neo move. You know what I mean? I think she dodges or something. It lands on her back, and then I don't know what she's doing then. Is that a T-Rex? No, that is actually an ogre. It is not an ogre, it's a troll actually, because he has this what is it called? Yeah, this line clothes with the what do you call this, chat? Skulls on them. And there is a press release shot photo. Let me just switch the scenes. You would have to look it. Let me see if I find it. Time to troll. There was an article with the trolls. Chat, why is it always so incredibly difficult to find something in the internet? It's just very annoying. I have to search for it. Did I post this here somewhere, chat? Let me see if I find it. Found it. It took just an hour to find, but whatever. But yeah, and the Empire had this exclusive image here of the troll. I tried to zoom in quite a bit so you can see it. Here it is. If we zoom in, you see it maybe a bit better. But yeah, here is his pants with his skull hung upon those. So this is how the trolls might look in the new season. And yeah, it looks pretty massive. And now in the trailer, this dude here looks even more massive. I hope I found the right scene. Yeah, here it is, in action. Very short scene, but yeah, it's definitely the troll. Yeah, the troll looks pretty cool, I have to admit as well. Better than the snow troll, yeah, for sure. Sauron the Moth boss. That is the Empire magazine. Yeah. I can maybe do the production really quick. Link it in the chat if you are interested in it. So I link it in all the chats. I can also put it in the description later. Maybe I do it right now, chat. Why not? I think I have... Of course I don't have it opened. First of all, I put the other trailer in the description here. The new San Diego Comic-Con 2024 trailer. Got it. I can also put the other stuff, like the Empire thing I got here. I can also put that in the description. Okay, updated the description for the YouTube users. Twitch people have bad luck. It's a troll Rex, yeah. Well, for everyone who has been on the internet for quite some time, this is not even the biggest troll I have ever seen. I had to search for it for a moment. Not even sure if it worked. One blue costume and Tom stole it. Exactly. You know, we can make more bad troll jokes and Moss jokes. For example, maybe Sauron would have liked it better if Galadriel would have played by Kate Moss. Okay, enough stupid jokes. I think I'm losing viewers with this over time. Hey Chris, so glad I caught this live. Well, we are pretty much I wouldn't say done. We can watch it one more time. Maybe we see something. I just turn on the sound. We watch the trailer one more time, then I can. In the meantime, I get something to drink, then I don't have to talk. It's perfect. It's genius. So back in a moment. I run the trailer with sound one time, then I don't know. You can tell me what we talk about next in the trailer. I think we covered almost all of it. But yeah, back in a moment.
Sauron sees himself as master of all Middle-earth. He seeks to rule it not only through conquest, but by bending the minds of all its peoples to his own. And for that he needs not armies.
No!
But rings.
In choosing to wear those rings, you have all become his collaborators.
I know you believe this ring is deceiving me, but I believe it is guiding me.
All this may be by his design.
These rings may be how he attains power.
They must be destroyed.
We will discuss the rings once you have answered the question. Who is this man?
He is no man. He deceived me. He is Sauron.
What am I to call you?
A sharer of gifts. Our work begins now.
I have walked across mountains and deserts to help my friend find his destiny. One the fate of the world may depend on.
Is it my task to stop the fire? Is it my task to face Sauron?
To try and cheat death might lead to an even greater catastrophe. Father, take off the ring.
I'm afraid, Durin.
Every soul in Middle-earth is in peril. Will you abandon them to their doom?
No, what have you done to me?
Leave Sauron to me.
Promise me, Elrond. You will not stop until he is destroyed.
Forgiveness takes an age. I need your axe, old friend.
Fight with me. Fight with our friends!
When the darkness falls, there are always some who rise forth and shine. You will give me the nine.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the... Took me longer than it needed. Yeah. Priscilla's also here. Knowing you, this will go on 5 more hours. Well, are we in? We are 4 hours in already, so it is... we're getting close to the 5-hour mark. The overnight stream. Well, I'm not sure. Trying to get what's going on in chat. Glad you found your cat, yeah. Yeah, welcome, Christiane. Nice to see you. Day 1. So yeah, I don't know. Did you people notice something in the trailer that you still want to discuss? I think we, like I said, discussed a lot. We could talk about this here. I assume this is Eregion here. And these are the Misty Mountains. Who knows? Looks pretty nice here, to be honest.
I know you believe this ring is
Like I said, it's a bridge. No idea what this could mean. This is a horse. And yeah, I could imagine this is maybe the hand of Círdan. Who knows? I would assume he's talking to Galadriel. Let me. We can actually. No, we can't. Like, would need to see Galadriel's shoes for that to understand, because in this scene where he, like in this scene, we can't see her shoes. In the other scene here, she has this very pointy shoe here in this scene, so I assume it might be Galadriel. It could also be Elrond, who knows, but I would assume it's her. Let's just double check. It's so hard to see this stick hand in water scene. Hard to tell. Could also be Elrond, to be honest, because we know Elrond and Círdan were basically advisors for Gil-galad in Lindon. What do you think? Is this who this other person here might be? I mean, I would assume this is Círdan simply because he has, at least in the books, he's the first person to get a ring of power from Gil-galad, and that is Narya, the Red Ring. The Ring of Fire. Is this a reference to how Gollum finds the ring? That's actually a good point. Yeah, it must be Círdan, but who's the other person then? Like there's this pattern, like, I don't know. You know what I mean on the clothes? The green is also a bit more darkish in comparison. And you see here here's no pattern on the clothes. That makes sense. Like it's all the same color in Galadriel's dress, except for this flower pattern here at the side. There's unfortunately no scene that really illustrates the difference between the two yet. It might be in the next scene after this one here. Very unfortunate. Another Elrond scene here? Wait, where's that stuff? We would have to go to season 1, I guess. Really hard to tell. But I would say the green dress of Elrond is more pattern heavy, if that makes sense. Like something like this. So it might be actually Elrond, but I'm not 100% sure. No, Isildur is still in Mordor, and has not green stuff. Yeah, I also don't like the dress of Gil-galad. Like Gil-galad is a silver dude, not the golden dude, so I don't get why they portrayed him like that. I'm not the hugest fan of that golden dress of him as well, with the laurels and stuff. But yeah, Tirza and Aris Aurelian, I think you also, and also Priscilla. Have you seen the trailer at least so far? It's kind of interesting on this close here, the silver, or I'm not sure if it's golden, but yeah, something is breaking through the golden stuff. Very interesting. Also, this is a different, clothes-wise, this is different than what he otherwise wears. Usually he has his thing with, like, on his sleeves there's Elbereth written on. And on his, he has like this, I don't know what you call it. It's not a belt, but something like that. What do you call it? Like a belt that you wear from the around the shoulders? Not a belt, but you know what I mean, like from just shape-wise. But there it's written basically manwe's on it. It's not manwe, but it is I have to look it up, man. My memory. Aran Ainyor is written on it. And that is one of the names for manwe. It means High King of Arda, basically, or the King of Arda. A sash. Yeah, thank you. That's, I think, the word. I'm pumped for Sauron. I think he's a good guy. Giving away all those rings. I love the tree. Yeah, the tree looks kind of cool. It's like the decay-o-meter, so you can read from the decay of the tree what the amount of decay of the world, basically. It's an interesting idea, to be fair. Where's the catch? That's always a catch. Yeah, maybe. You are guilty. I hope we get a backstory to that tree. Yeah, that would also be interesting. The problem will... My fear is a bit... Even though the show has quite a bit of time this time, my fear is a bit that they are too busy telling the story and fixing some weird decisions they made in season 1 that they don't have time to actually explore some of the details they created for their world, because that's a very Tolkien thing to do, in my opinion. If you make a Tolkien adaptation, in theory, if you create a tree like this, you have to at least hint at some kind of short background story for it. You know what I mean? Even though Tolkien has not invented this tree and wrote something about it, it would be still cool to have it. Yeah, they said they will get Glorfindel. That is true as well. Let me see if there's just some behind the scenes. No, there's not more they uploaded. Sometimes they might have, like last time they uploaded a behind the scenes trailer with some additional footage. So I just want to make sure I didn't miss that, but it seems like currently no additional footage available. They should give us Glorfindel at some point. Yeah, true. But like I said, they in theory don't have access to the text where Glorfindel comes to the Middle-earth in the Second Age. And in this version, the two blue wizards are also already there. And, I mean, Tolkien connected these two texts, to be honest, and could argue it's not the same version, but you know hopefully what I mean. And yeah, they are in the east and not in the west. So there's still hope for Gandalf being a blue wizard, the stranger being a blue wizard, who knows. The secret cults, I could maybe also read it again if people are interested in this. Just have to find it. So, yeah. So Tolkien was asked about the blue wizards. I doubt if they had distinctive colors. Distinction was only required in the case of the three who remained in the relatively small area of the northwest. I really do not know anything clearly about the other two wizards, since they do not concern the history of the northwest. I think they went as emissaries to distant regions, east and south, far out of Numenorean range, missionaries to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had, I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways. And I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. That was written in a letter to Rona Bear in 1958, so quite some time ago. Letter 211, that is, from, in case people wonder. And Tolkien changed his mind later on this topic, it seems. In an earlier text, Tolkien already had the idea of them failing as well. I think there he did not mention, they just failed. Potentially not forming secret cults and stuff, magic traditions. And that they also only went to the east, and then in the third version Tolkien wrote, they were suddenly successful, and he gave him different names and stuff. One bad blue wizard and one good one. I don't know. I'm still in. Like, you might be right. Like, your call might be spot on. Not gonna lie. I mean, you could argue story-wise it would be interesting if you have basically one wizard on one side and one wizard on the other side, and they have to kind of. But from just a lore perspective, from a book perspective, we know that both wizards came to Middle-earth as friends. And originally only one of those two were chosen, and the other said, "He's my friend. Can't he come with me?" And the Valar said yes, basically. They were also Valar of Orome. That is the huntsman of the Valar. Yeah, we know for a fact that all twins have one good twin and one evil twin, of course. Yes. Maybe Hagrid looks like Tom Bombadil. Ever thought about this way? Looked at this way. Whatever, I can't talk English. I'm muddled with English. I mean, I can read your German messages as well. I don't mind if you prefer writing in German. I mean, I would prefer if you write English because most people are English speakers. So from this perspective, it would help in this regard. But yeah, if you don't feel like it, don't worry too much. I will answer in English though. Yeah, exactly. There's also the First Age part where during the Great Journey of the Elves, during the First Age Years of the Tree part, very early on, shortly in the widest sense, after the awakening of the Elves, when they went on the Great Journey, there the Valar sent 5 guardians, as Tolkien called them, and there potentially 2 were the Blue Wizards. It's not clear because the name of these 2 other Maiar that appears with Melian, Gandalf, Radagast, and Saruman were never used elsewhere in any text. Like these names only exist in this text. You have never heard them before. Because the other, like Melian is not one of the wizards, but Gandalf, Saruman, and Radagast are. So it basically implies that the other 2 might be the Blue Wizards, and that might also be the reason why they were chosen, because they already knew Middle-earth to some extent and were there already on a mission. So maybe Tolkien wanted to set up why those Maiar were chosen for the Istari mission, if I would call it like that, because they were already guardians once and knew potentially some of the elves at least, and so on and so forth, knew the land, so had experience there basically. That's a potential way of looking at it, I think. But it's not 100% clear if the other 2 are really the Blue Wizards. Like, this is not explicitly said. It's potentially only implied. Yeah, that is true that the names change every time they were brought up. But in the other text, where they appear, like in the one text I just read from the letters, Tolkien also says they have not a distinctive color. In a text from Unfinished Tales about the Blue Wizards, called the Istari, I think that should be, where is it? Down there. 2 clad in sea blue and 1 in earthen brown. The others were also 2 clad in... So there they're already the Blue Wizards. And in the text from the last text Tolkien wrote, no, he also doesn't say they are blue. It's only a note of Tolkien. A note made on their names and functions seems now lost, but except for the names, their general history and effect on the history of the Third Age is clear. Conceivably, he was thinking of the sketched-out narrative of the choosing of the Istari at the Council of the Valar Unfinished Tales, page 393, in which the 2 wizards, or Blue Wizards, the Ithrin Luin, were named Alatar and Palando. But yeah, you're of course right there. The name always changes, but usually it's pretty clear it's those wizards, and in this text they are not called wizards, but are just part of these 6 guardians. Darkness Slayer is a dope name though, yeah, that is true. Yeah, that's also another, like I said, maybe this was an idea of Tolkien to set up the, like I said, these 5 guardians to become later the wizards. And Melian, interestingly, he gives Melian a motive to meet, or also to be there, because Melian has to be in Middle-earth and meet Elwë. And then they have to fall in love, and then Elwë later becomes Thingol, and Melian his wife, and then her daughter becomes Luthien. So Tolkien, I think the idea behind these guardians is basically to set them up for their stories that a little bit later appear in the other text. It makes kind of sense, I think. Is it possible that a wizard or magician there in the east becomes the Witch King? It is, I think, in theory, it's possible. Because we don't know, like, there's one. We know only, we don't know the origin of the Nazgul at all. There are only some hints. Let's see if I find it quick. I potentially won't. Really hard to find. Try to find the passage. There's a passage where it's speculated that 2 or 3 of the Nazgul were of Numenorean descent, but I don't find it right now. I don't even know if it's in Silmarillion. I think it's maybe not. It's sometimes so hard to find these little lore details if you just not consistently reading them. And yeah, one that I know where it's written. One is Kamul, and he is in some versions called the Black Easterling. So it seems like he's an Easterling from the east. The others. There might be more Easterlings we don't know, but we only know... As in the downfall of Numenor, oh god. I would have not have guessed that. it's in the Akalabes. I'm always surprised to find it there, to be honest. Yet Sauron was ever... okay, I have to look up the word. Pronunciation here. Guileful, okay, that's how it's pronounced. Was ever guileful, as it is said that among those whom he ensnared with the 9 rings, three were great lords of Númenórean race. So we know 3 of the Nazgûl. It's not clear if the Witch King was one of these 3 or not. And then the 4th one, we have the Black Númenórean. So he is not of Númenórean race, it seems. So these we have covered. Oh, Reflective Rambling is also welcome. Nice to see you. Does this mean we'll end in 12? Like, everybody comes here making this joke. I'm already in for almost 5 hours, so keep this in mind. My last stream? We played Elden Ring for like 4 hours or something. That doesn't really count. It was also an anniversary stream. And when I stream on Twitch or something, I also stream like 8 hours. So it's not that unusual to stream that long. But it's difficult if you have to consistently talk for 8 hours and kind of discuss things, read texts, and find references and so on. It's sometimes it's more challenging and taxing to do this kind of content for 12 hours than playing a video game for 12 or 8 hours. I think my longest stream I've ever did was 17 hours, but it was also a video game playing thing, I think when Elden Ring came out or something. Yeah, always follow your nose is definitely a Gandalf fin for sure. It's 12 hours is at least, I don't know, 5 Chris minutes or something. Would send you coffee. I don't drink coffee though. Okay, first of all, I need to read what Reflective Rambling posted here some time ago. Yeah, Kamul. Also, interestingly, there's a German Dark Souls 1 Prepare to Die edition speedrunner holding the world record for all bosses currently, and for 100%. So pretty skilled dude. He's also named Kamul, but he spelled Kamul a bit different. K-A-H, maybe for name trademark reasons, who knows? Since they broke all the law rules, they should have included Farmer Maggot, yes. Okay, I know Chris has epic streams, but are you telling me we are 4 hours into a stream, but you're a fourth of the way through the trailer? No. We already watched the trailer completely. I'm currently trying to find stuff that we haven't talked about. Currently we're discussing things, but no. We have watched the trailer completely already. Don't worry. I wouldn't say I'm wrapping it up now, but currently we're just discussing a lot of things. Maggot and mushrooms. Yeah, that's also true. He kind of wanted to rework the Silmarillion in many ways, different ways. In the trailer, Sauron presses Celebrimbor for the 9 rings. This sounds like you want to create the Nazgul. Yeah, you might have different things or ideas for these rings. But I feel like the Nazgul were kind of a byproduct of Sauron's original plan, basically. Like, he had to salvage his plan, collecting the rings, collected the rings back from Eregion, and then gave the rings out to create to ensnare men, and that with that he was successful. He also destroyed Numenor, and then when Numenor was destroyed, nah, 24 hours is also too long for me, to be honest. Like I said, the longest I did was 16, 17 hours. I wouldn't say it's no problem, but it's definitely doable for me. But 24 hours is just pain, because I like to sleep as well, quite a bit. So streaming 8 hours, 16 hours or 17, and then go to sleep and then stream again, that works. But like, not sleeping at all, that's always a horrible experience. I'm sure the stranger should be a blue. Unfortunately, they already did Gandalf in the... I already read this here with the following nose thing, that's true. Quiz minute thinks... Drink tea with honey, otherwise your voice is toast. Well, currently it's okay. 4 or 5 hours is no problem for my voice, but yeah, after 8 hours of constant talking, I need a tea or something for sure. Currently it's a bit warm outside for tea for me personally, so I rarely drink. I have raw egg. Like elven years, Chris hours. Wow. Yeah, just activated for the... I forgot... whatever. The stuff for the 12 hours for the... I'm not sure how many hours I streamed there. I would have to look it up. The anniversary stream. I think I also activated the stuff here. But it's very generous. Thank you, Reflective Rambling. Modding here and also giving me some cash for buying ice cream. That's very generous of you. Thank you for that. It was 8 hours 50, the anniversary stream I did. We talked a bit about Tom Bombadil for some time. Wow, what is going on here? I can't talk for more than 2 hours. I guess by this point it's just practice. $16 hours? Yeah, 16 hours, like playing video games. I'm definitely, like, it's not nothing I want to do every day. Like 16, 17 hours playing video games is definitely very exhausting, I can tell you that. But yeah, when the Elden Ring DLC, that is like, Elden Ring is one of my favorite games currently, which I still play, and there was an expansion for it that often is also, it's not physical available, you have to download it. So people call it a DLC, but it's basically a big expansion. And in this when it came out, I also streamed it for 16 hours or something like that. I can't tell you out of my head. And the next day, I also streamed it for 9 hours. Like, it was until I was through it. That was fun time. Was just came out a month ago. So it was quite a bit of content on the Twitch and the gaming channel. Oh, you had to go already. Reflective. Thank you for joining, though. Much appreciated. Thank you for your massive generosity. Thorondir. Not to be confused with Gwaihir. Thank you again, Reflective Rambling, for your generosity. And yeah, if you have to head out or step out already, then have a fantastic rest of the day. All the best to you. And thank you so much for moderating here and doing stuff. So nice of you. Do you think the magic Mithril story is apocryphal, as Elrond says? Yeah, I think the reason why they said in the show that it's like some crude lore story is because it's not in the books at all. They knew that some fans might be angry, so they said, yeah, well, it's even in the show, it's not official, kind of. Oh, I thought I just have to be confusing myself here with eagle names. There is Thorongil, that is Aragorn. Sorondir. There's also Sorondor. So Sorondor was the one that was sent to, that for example, rescued Maedhros with Fingon in Thangorodrim. Thorondir was the ruling steward. That's my mistake. They're very confusing. That was the father of Turin II. And the son of Belecthor II. Could mean eagle man. Interesting. Sorondor was the name, though. Sorondir is a steward. Well. Other Endwives. We have seen an End. If it's an Endwife, we don't know. But in theory, the Endwives officially vanish with the War of the Last Alliance. So at the very end of the Second Age. So since we are still not there yet, we are still around creating the Rings of Power, the Endwives, at least from a book perspective, should still be there, yes. I always have living room vibes with friends in your stream. That's awesome. Thank you. Always nice to discuss stuff here with your people as well. Is the eagle we've seen in the trailers maybe the King of Eagles? Yeah, it could be the King of Eagles, or it could be just some other eagle he sent. We have seen this here before. Here he is. I assume he delivers a message and says, hey, Numenorians, don't be so mean people. And then he says, no, we want to be mean, and stuff like that. And then he usurps the throne later on. They must do some setup there, I think, for the... I can't imagine, like, they can't just do the downfall of Numenor just like that. Don't buy ice cream, buy eggs. Man, I like ice cream more than eggs. Though... Yeah, I think in ice cream there is also egg. What is it called? Yolk or something like that? Egg yolk? I think that you don't have to, but I think you could use it in ice cream. I'm not 100% sure though, because I like eating ice cream more than making it. The mithril nonsense makes your blood boil. Well, I'm also not a fan. Like, also makes me somewhat angry. Might not want to raise arms against the gods. Yeah, that's potentially would be smart. The eagle looks great, yes. I think X marks the spot. Yeah, that's also what I thought. But if you mean the social media platform, no, it never meant good things. It was always trash. Now it's from the deepest of hell, though, but that's a different topic, I guess. Yes, but it's cold. And your throat might not like it. Yeah, okay, usually when I talk for 16 hours, I won't eat ice cream afterwards, I think. Little cocaine? What on earth? So the L is silent again, yolk. But isn't the yolk also the Joch, as we say in German? From oxes and stuff, like this here? I assume the syllable, the vowel is pronounced different. Are you telling me this is, according to the Cambridge Dictionary, this is pronounced the same? Come on, English people. How am I supposed to guess that? It's spelled differently, but it's pronounced the same. Awesome. It's cocaine in US ice cream. I hope not, to be honest. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, and milk ice stuff, there's... folk. Yolk. Whatever. I would have thought it's pronounced differently, but I always think it's pronounced differently. I would say, all yolks aside, it's sometimes difficult to foresee the pronunciation, in my opinion. But maybe it's just me. I'm also kind of bad with this. Not gonna lie. It's not consistent. Yeah, it is not consistent. That is true. It's especially very confusing at times. And we talked about it so many times. I still like English a lot. I think it's a cool language, and I think it sounds pretty cool. But it's sometimes pronunciation is for a not native speaker difficult to grasp. They are. There and there are pronounced same. English is weird. Yeah, that is true. Just try French. Well, I mean, German just has very complicated grammar, but pronunciation-wise, it's pretty straightforward. So I guess that works. So there's some exceptions there as well. Yeah, French is worse, or Welsh. Yeah, Welsh I also imagine is quite difficult. Though I could imagine that Welsh maybe is just, or seems very complicated initially, while maybe it's more consistent, but I'm not sure if it's consistent at all. Yeah, Welsh is just something completely different, that is true. Celtic language versus Germanic language and stuff. No, there and there are pronounced the same. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, the IPA is the same for both words. Very interesting, but we should not. We should come back to the trailer stuff here, chat. In theory, one needs to make a supercut of like the first trailer we got for season 2 and this trailer and cut it together so we get more context. For example, I can prepare this. It probably will be tough to switch back and forth between them. Now we're just talking nonsense all the time, I guess. No, I don't find the scene, chat. Oh, there it is. I think I found it. So I asked myself who this woman is, so I was completely wrong in my speculation. It is actually Medial. I have to do this differently, I think. I can do it like this. Okay, chat. So we'll try. What was the button? This button. Okay. So here we see her going into the pool. Switch to this scene. This you have to ignore. And here we see Media in the water. And here's a sea monster. So I would definitely say that these scenes here belong to gehören zusammen. They belong together. Season 2 will be make or break It's fair to say, yeah, it definitely is important that they kind of do a better job this time. I think they will do a better job this time. The simple reason is that they can now focus on actual plot. Even though we might not like the plot as book fans, I still think that they showed in season 1 already that in theory they are able to tell a good story. The problem is when they are just getting lost in setting up too much, and then the show goes nowhere. I think this will improve massively in the next season. I would not be surprised if this actually works. How did I write trailer, by the way? We found it anyway, so it doesn't matter, but yeah. So I think these scenes, this scene and the other one here, they kind of belong together. Here we see Miriel, I think, going down into the water, and then, yeah, like I said, here we see her what happens underwater. The question is, why is underwater a big sea monster there? I don't get it. But you see here, the clothes look very similar to I forgot which trailer is what. This is the right trailer, right? But see here, the clothes, that is pretty much the same. So it's Silmarillion stuff. So if you're looking for the new season, or are you wary? I don't know. I'm a bit wary, to be honest, because I have a bad feeling that they, from my book fan perspective, screw up the creation of the Rings of Power completely, because they already set it up to be a mess with changing the order in which they were created, that I don't like. Please don't jinx it. Though I would not be, but I think they might improve a few things quite a bit over time, for sure. Simply because they they can now focus much more on the plot going on, and the plot point they are working towards is the destruction of Eregion and the forging of the Rings of Power, and that's one of the highlights of the Second Age, I would say. There are some other highlights story-wise in what Tolkien wrote, like the Numenor story, which I'm also a bit worried about, to be honest, but who knows? But it's one of the highlights. So if they can get the highlights right, then the show is doomed anyway. Like, this stuff you have to get right. And I think since they can now focus on the actual plot points and stuff, it might work out. But knowing that in some parts they can't tell a story straightforward in season 1, maybe I'm carefully optimistic, but I'm not too optimistic. I mean, we can't forget that they had this huge plot point in season 1 about this stupid broken sword hilt that turns out to be a key for the freaking dam. That makes me still angry. Oh yeah, we built this tunnel for like half of the season, and at the end it's to pull water into a volcano so it explodes. And we need this sword hilt because otherwise, even though we have catapults, well, let me show you the catapults. No, that's not catapults. Where are the catapults, chat? There's a scene with Elrond and catapults. Wait a moment. There they are. They have catapults. They couldn't have destroyed the dam with that. No. They have to search this broken sword hilt for 300 years. Otherwise, fulfilling their plan would be impossible. Oh no, he has a sword hilt. Oh no, we can't complete our great plan without it. Yeah, you could. Just destroy the wall. That makes so little sense. Oh man, Forgot about it. Yeah, I'm sorry that I brought it up again, but it was the greatest nonsense I've ever seen in a production this expensive. Let me think. Maybe the good thing is our brain is good at, in German we have the word verdrängen. So basically push stuff that it's so nonsensical out, so we forget about it, luckily. I'm going to get some kip. Thanks again, Chris, and everyone. Yeah, the Bionicle fans, so much. Thank you so much for joining here. It's always nice to have you here, and have a fantastic rest of the day. Glad that you are here. Thank you for your support. Do the Ents have a female voice? That's a good question. Blah blah blah. Something forgiveness takes a long time. Forever? An age, I think. The problem is I've forgotten where the scene is. It must be somewhere further here. Here it is. Yeah, it could be a female voice. Oh, you can't hear it.
Promise me, Elrond. You will not stop until he is destroyed.
Forgiveness takes an age. I need your...
Yeah, it's a female voice. I would agree that it's a female voice. Good call. We can write here after and talk about it. Yeah, that might help. And it cannot become worse than the last Star Wars show. What was the last Star Wars show, though? I would agree with Joe and with Christina that it might be... this is most likely an Endwife. Now, listening to the voice again is a really good call. It sounds like a female voice. I can play it again with sound, so be careful. Don't rip headphone user moment.
Promise me, Elrond. You will not stop until he is destroyed.
Forgiveness takes an age.
And here the like it could be a different character saying this. However, I feel like takes an age is fitting to a mouse movement. If you look at it.
Forgiveness takes an age. I need your
either it's cut pretty well. Age. Yeah, I think that's how the mouse movement would be if you say the word age. So I think it's fitting. Yeah, I also think it's Arondir talking to the Ent, right? We have here the, as you say, the what is the English words? Not Blüten, petals or something like this, right? Blütenblätter. Petals, yeah. Yeah, the petals in the background, the light. He's looking very... He's wondering what is that? He looks like he's in wonder, so that would kind of fit. Here we see also these white flowers here on the tree, on the Endwife. Female voice. So it's not beardless Treebeard, it is actually an Endwife. It's pretty cool. There's a scene where the trees want to hit somebody. Here it is a scene. But I'm pretty sure from the silhouette this is Arondir. And double check if the resolution setting is right. It is. Unfortunately, we don't have better resolution. Fog is always bad for YouTube compression. No idea why they're not uploading this in 4K, to be honest. The blossoms or flowers are Blüten. Yeah. I thought that is what you people meant. Here we have the same flowers, so this seems to be the problem is here from this perspective, the hair doesn't look like Arondir. Maybe this is a different scene though, because the other scene that definitely looks like Arondir, like this looks like Arondir, like a different character because it's short hair. This character looks like has long hair. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course, book fans will never be happy, but the flowers look at least kind of similar. Do Endwife have beards? No. Oh, is Kirdan, is this something we learned from the, if you would have followed the panels and stuff? But yeah, Fimbresil is mentioned in Lord of the Rings as well. If I can find. When the world was young and the woods were wide and wild, the Ents and Entwives, and there were Ent maidens then, the loveliness of Fimbresil, of wand limb, the light-footed, in the days of our youth. They walked together and they housed together, but our hearts did not go on growing in the same way. The Ents gave their love to things that they met in the world, and the Entwives gave their thought to other things, for Ents loved the great trees and the wild woods and the slopes of the high hills, and they drank of the mountain streams and ate only such fruit as the trees let fall in their paths. And they learned of the elves and spoke with the trees. But the Entwives gave their minds to lesser trees, and to the mids and sunshine beyond the feet of the forest, and they saw this slow in the thicket, and the wild apple and the cherry blossom in the spring, and the green herbs in the waterlands in summer, and seeding grasses in autumn fields. They did not desire to speak with these things, but they wished them to hear and obey what was said to them. The Entwives ordered them to grow according to their wishes, and bear leaf and fruit to their liking, for the Entwives desired order and plenty and peace, by which they meant that things should remain where they had set them. So the Entwives made gardens to live in, but we Ents went on wandering, and we only came to the gardens now and again. And when the darkness came in the north, the Entwives crossed the great river, and made new gardens, and tilled few fields, and we saw them more seldom. After the darkness was overthrown, the land of the Entwives blossomed richly, and their fields were full of corn. Many men learned the craft of the Entwives, and honored them greatly, but we were only a legend to them, a secret in the heart Just lost the line. Right. A secret in the heart of the forest. Yet here we still are, while all the gardens of the Endwives are wasted. Men call them brown lands now. Yeah, Tolkien writes in a letter some theories about this as well, just in case people wondered. Endwife's face creeps you out. I'm a little afraid that they are so morally nihilistic again and show all of the perspective of the poor bad people. Might be a good question. Would you like to see a younger Treebeard along with his Endwife spouse? I might like the idea. Yeah, same. I would also fit into the Second Age early on, I think, before Sauron creates the Brownlands, I guess. Staring into your soul. But was there a confirmation that this Círdan, that maybe I overlooked your message? That this is Fimbrethil. Not sure where the stress is in this word. It's one sound, so there. Fimbrethil, I think, is the pronunciation. And the first syllable, I think, is a stress. Whatever. Yeah, that is actually true. Maybe an Endwife is... Maybe this is Bronwyn and she gets killed by the Endwife for whatever reason. She thinks Bronwyn was an orc or something. And that's how she dies. It would be a bit stupid, to be honest, but okay. Now here he gets his ring. Questions from who? I mean the actress from Bronwyn is left the show, so either they kill off her character or replace her. I'm not sure. We see this here in this scene where Theo is also here we see it better that it is actually Isildur here in the background. Spoiler, Isildur's not dead. There was one scene I wanted to discuss in the context of this old trailer. I forgot which one it was. Now we have this scene here again. Here I thought it would be in a cave. But now it is yeah, it's actually trees here, so it can't be a cave. And we see the moon, so this is now extended. Here we have this moss summoning stuff going on. This scene is also a bit extended now. We have this dude here, Anatar, walking around. We have the stuff here. This scene is also back. We have this guy looking through, I don't know, some, like, Turin looking through some stuff here. We have catapults. Yeah, in the Tolkien Society channel, I thought this here is actually Eregion, but some people said this must be Numenor. So it could also be Numenor. Because this building here would fitting more and stuff like that. We will find it out. Now remember which scene I wanted to discuss. It's not in this trailer, chat. Now I have to do production again. No, it's unfortunate. Let me just see. We see Theodore's sister in one scene. Yeah, it could be that the Ents might fight again. That's also possibilities. Here we see, the sister Earien, and I remember that was something I didn't mention in the last stream because I only tried to do this in the previous. It was on the German Tolkien Society channel as a guest, and we discussed the stuff right on, and we talked about reading details written somewhere in the background. This is like this Numenorian script made for the show, and I think this here reads hand. Because she's in the Builder's Guild, like want to be an architect or something. I think this here reads hand. I couldn't read this part here. It would also be possible if I could read these last letters here, but these first letters are a bit difficult to read. Just want to point that out. Then we might look into language stuff there as well. Forgot to mention it last time, or didn't even try. It's literally also English hand. I might have to look to get here my stuff back. I have somewhere a document with the script stuff. Yeah, Tolkien. I think wasn't it you that sent me this the alphabet for it? But you, shout outs to Kierdan Modo. He helped quite a lot with the language stuff for the coverage in season 1. He also made these awesome maps that I sometimes use here on screen, like the first age map here and the second age map. Which the second age map is mostly from that. He corrected them a little bit, and then he also made a third age version from it, which is pretty neat. Yeah, we couldn't read everything, but a few things we could read. Yeah, this was the age. Wait, we can't see it on the screen. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, this was the age. This here's the A. So it looks a bit different than here on my thing, but it doesn't matter. It could also be an N, to be honest, but I think it's supposed to be an A. This is the N then. I mean, it looks really like the N. And this is the D for hand. There might be another letter. It could be the S or something. It could be an S here, so it's hence. I would interpret this here as an A as well. This is an R. Or could this is an E, I think. LotR. I must have been in Galadriel hopping to the waters. I'm just trying to read it now. This here I can't read, unfortunately. I just hope that the last 3 letters give me a hint what the first word could be. Who was killed after the volcano? Galadriel? Who said that? I mean, in theory, all should be dead after the volcano, to be honest, but it's a magic volcano, though, so it doesn't count. This here, now looking closer at it, this can't be an A, this should be an E. Something like that. Like this also is, I think, the same letter. But since when you write spell hence with an E and not with an A? Oh, it's strange. Then this here could be an A. Very strange. Whatever. That's a different topic. I just want to point that out. Exploding Palantir at 150. We talked briefly about it. I don't think it explodes, because I think this here is the same effect we have seen when Galadriel touched it. The difference now is that this effect isn't exploding. I think he makes a connection to Sauron here. For whatever reason. Like, that's my interpretation. Like, I mean, it could explode or destroy or something like that. But I think it's just when Saruman uses the Palantir, you also see the red eye glowing in the Palantir while he communicates potentially with Sauron. You know what I mean? In the Peter Jackson film. I think the same is happening basically here. Just the difference now is that Anatar / Sauron does not have a Palantir. That's kind of strange for me, to be honest. But Joe, that's a really good question. So I think this here, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I think this here is the same. He maybe sees a vision, but now Sauron is kind of giving him a vision. The problem is a bit that, like I said, previously it was a communication between Saruman and Sauron, and that's why it started glowing red and stuff. But here in this case, Sauron, like all the Palantiri are in Numenor at this time. None is on Middle-earth, and one is in Aman. So how does Sauron connect to the, let's call it the Palantiri network? I'm not 100% sure. What was the interview with the Earian actress? I forgot what it was. I just wanted to point out that you could read what was written on her dress. Did I close it again? No, here she is. I did not hear that. You did not hear what? I don't know. I'm really confused. I was just speculating what this here could mean. That's why I used your table you sent me for the letters. But this here must definitely be the word hand. You can maybe post the trailer here in chat in case people wonder where to find that. So yeah, we're going on for 6 hours again. That's quite a bit. And I'm not sure if we have more stuff really to discuss. But yeah, we talked briefly about it. What I found strange is the next scene, because here out of the fire emerges a Balrog. And we see Anatar in the background. I assume it's some kind of vision that's going on here, that the Balrog has awakened. And both are servants of Morgoth. Maybe they have some connection or whatever. They know, oh yeah, good old Mr. Balrog is active again or something like that. I find it still strange. And we see also a scene with the Balrog. Also, he pushes his son. Oh, quite strengthy push, I have to admit. Maybe the ring gives him, like, it enhances power, so maybe the dwarf becomes stronger. Look how he pushes him away 20 meters. That's kind of not bad. It's not 20 meters, so I know, but just exaggerating here. Also, there's an explosion here again. No, that's not an explosion. It's the that's a tower again. The light tower. Now that I see here from this other perspective, it looked like the ship was burning or something, but it's not. This is Tol Uinen. I think that's where the prison was in the show. Yeah, well, that's actually true that Earien also looked into the Palantir, right? I completely forgot about this. Yeah, Bronwyn leaves the show. What was with Bronwyn now? I'm confused. Oh, your question above. Timestamp 250 onwards, we see the Endwife, and then Galadriel losing Fire Arrow. It switches to another scenario. Is she fighting against the Endwife? $253. So this, I would assume, is Arondir. Pretty sure about that. This is not Galadriel. Here she's shooting in this cut. There is a... whatever that is it is like a lantern or fire keeping thing. She shoots the arrow at the fire keeping thing and it explodes over the sound. And then it cuts to this explosion. I'm not sure if this is even related. I don't think so, because she shoots clearly inside a forest and not on this battlefield here. So no, I don't think she's fighting. We definitely have seen the Galadriel fighting scenes inside a forest. And we also see the orcs inside the forest there as well at times. Not here, but for example, here in this scene, we see there's forest stuff. So they're just fighting there for some time and stuff. We see Eregion here, or whatever it is here in the background, I would assume. And they're standing here in this forest line with the catapults. I forgot where this catapult scene is, to be honest. Yeah, here you see, this is Eregion, the orcs attack. Here's the forest stuff. Here's this long bridge. And the catapults here on the other side. And here he's also standing beside some of these catapults. They kind of attack these things there and so on. We'll see, learn why it's potentially not going that well. And I assume here to the right would be Eregion. We have the mountain stuff here in the background and so on. And the other trailer, forgot where it was. Yeah, here's also like the catapult stuff. We have this orc licking his sword. That is why I think like that, because we have the lights here in the forest. Even though the bridge and stuff looks more Númenórean, I have to admit. But here's this water place, and here's the other forest. You know what I mean? That this is not Númenor. It could also be Númenor. Not gonna lie. Because here in the Númenórean shot, we also see these couples and so on. Also this tower. So from this perspective, yeah. But here in this shot, this is clearly Eregion. Like here you see the catapult standing, the forest, here's the mountain thing, here's the bridge we have talked about above the lake and so on. This can't be Númenor. So it makes very little sense. Here's also the bridge with these little lights on. I'm not sure. I mean, it could be Númenor. It's a bit hard to differentiate, I think. Not sure what you people think about this. Celebrimbor is going to have a bad season for sure. He looks pretty bad at 308. Yeah. Oh, wrong trailer. I mean, his city and place gets destroyed, and his fault. He trusted Sauron. So in a way, he potentially feels bad. He just wanted to do the right thing, I think, and then he failed to foresee and listen to the counsel of others. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's the same place or not. It's very tough to see. still strange, you know? Wish they would have simply uploaded this in a higher resolution. But I think it's Eregion. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Cameron doesn't look too well. Do you think we have female Nazgul? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Like the gender of the Nazgul, I think is not specified. At least in most cases. Shadow of War also went with the 2 female Nazgul idea. Though, like, there's not really... Would be kind of funny, yeah. I think... There was a time, it was a stream, I think I also made an I looked into this a bit. Why you could make an argument for the Nazgul. We could also make an argument against it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't care too much. Like I think for a creature like a Nazgul, it doesn't matter if it's a male or a female. Like what does it matter? First of all, we have to even see the Nazgul, I think. I think that is the most worthy trailer, the most important part. They have to first appear. For them to appear, these rings have to be forged first, and Sauron have to give them to 9 persons of men. 3 have to be Great Lords of Numenor, 1 has to be an Easterling, the other 5s are kind of wild cards. So, yeah, it could be anything, I think. Yeah, Bronwyn is gone. Like that was already known some time ago, I think. Yes. Now let's look here at the Reddit thing. Maybe we learned something new. Okay, there's a photo of Gil-galad's armor. It's golden, spoiler. Very strange. Okay, I should maybe show it here on screen, right? Like, it's not my imagination when I read the poem of Sam. So, Gil-galad was an elven king. Of him the harps sadly sing, the last whose realm was fair and free between the mountains and the sea. His sword was long, so he have a sword, yeah, makes sense. His lance was keen, eyeglass. His shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of Haven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. Silver. But long ago he rode away, and where he dwelleth none can say, for into darkness fell a star in Mordor where the shadows are. I think there's an even longer version of this. I mean, his name means starlight, translated just for context. Let me just see if I find the longer... I also misremember that it's definitely a possibility. Oh yeah, misremember it. Yeah, Sam says his poem, exactly. Yeah, I think it is, I think that's Círdan. We talked about this scene a moment, because the ring is clearly Narya, and lore-wise, Narya is used by Círdan. You see here, what also confirms this a little bit. Okay, now the thing is back. Here it is. Here at this, what you call the sleeve. Yeah, I think the sleeve. You see this thing here, the colors and so on, that is 100% Círdan, the same thing here. So that's not even a doubt. Oh, you can't see it, chat. I'm so sorry. So here's the sleeve. You see this symbol, and it's 100% the same as, where is it here? The sleeve of this reveal screenshot of Círdan, his clothes and so on, that's 100% him. And you have the same sleeve pattern, whatever. I don't know the English name for it. I wouldn't even know how to call it in German. Eine Stickerei auf seinem Ärmel, something like this. And yeah, it's 100% the same. So it is 100% Círdan, and lore-wise, Círdan has the red ring, Narya, the ring of fire. Let me see. There was like more context of the Gil-galad stuff, though. Chat, where is there's another text when it comes. There's one in Lord of the Rings in a poem, but I think there's somewhere another text about Gil-galad. Does somebody out of his head know where that was? I can't remember. Embroidery on his sleeves. Yeah, that's potentially. Man, where was it, chat? Why is it so complicated? Where was what? Sorry, I seem very distracted, Kirtan. There's a poem in Lord of the Rings from Sam about Gil-galad, and there we learn a few details about how Gil-galad looked. So Gil-galad was an elven king, of him the harpers sadly sing, and so on. His sword was long, his lance was keen, his shining helm afar was seen. The countless stars of heaven's field were mirrored in his silver shield. I could swear there was a longer version of this, with some more silver details. I totally can't remember where I read it. Unfortunately, I completely forgot. I can't remember right now. A bit unfortunate, I have to admit. Like, we have the poem with this mention of the sword. We have the shield. I have an idea where I could maybe find information in case I ever wrote it down. Yeah, in Nature of Middle-earth there's a mention of silver hair as well, but that is pretty new. I could swear there was some other context of describing him somewhere. But it's not that important, chat. I'm just getting distracted too much by a small detail. I just wish I could memorize. Aha, I think I found it. Yeah, it's note 24, you're right, Christina, in Aldarion and Erendis. It's a note, that's why I didn't find it. Sometimes these pesky notes somewhere. Aldarion and Erendis, the Marina's wife. And I have to scroll all the way down to note 24. A long story. It's a really long story. I've not even reached the notes. I'm sad now. Notes, found it. Note 24 it should be. It is recorded that Erain, it's actually not I, it's more A, whatever. That Erainion was given the name Gil-galad, Star of Radiance, because his helm and mail and his shield overlaid with silver and set with a device of white stars shone from afar like a star in sunlight or moonlight, and could be seen by elvish eyes at great distance if he stood upon a height. That is the text I was looking for. As in Unfinished Tales, Aldarion and Erendis, note 24. Found it. Thank you. You also found it. Yeah, I also found it now as well. Good that I have this amazing lore note here written down. Always helps writing stuff down. But yeah, exactly. That was the part I meant. That's where the impression is that he is more silver. Not... This is not silver. Find it very weird, to be honest. Not a fan of the golden design of Gil-galad, to be honest. You notice silver hair, but like a long time people suspected that black hair. Some suspected he might also have silver hair as well. So I won't blame them for having a black hair Gil-galad. That is okay for me. I knew you'd find the description. Yeah, it just took forever. I'm a bit sorry for this sitting in stream. Yeah, there's something written somewhere. I have to search it for an hour. But yeah, thanks to the help of chat and my notes, I made it. It's pretty awesome. So, yeah. Yeah, long lost fact because you do the work I'm too lazy to do. Yeah, that's kind of my niche I found for me. Doing the stuff other people don't want to do. Looking up the obscure rare facts. But yeah, it's sometimes important, I think. And there's also the Pharazôn costume in Season 2. Here it is. We have already seen it in the trailer. That's how it looks. I was currently checking if I missed something. If some information came from the panels or something. Hmm. Somebody found something interesting. That's a good call. So glad some people paying actually attention to stuff. It's one screenshot I haven't paid much attention to. That's my excuse. And what is interesting, we have seen this scene multiple times by now. This scene here. Do you see these people here in the background? It is definitely possible that there are these hobbits that I also did not notice yet. I mean, they could be normal-sized people, I'm not sure, but from Nori's perspective, I don't know. Could also be hobbits. They look not that tall. I mean, it could be dwarves, or it could be other distant hobbits, because she's from the Harfoot. So there's 3 hobbit breeds in... The hobbits consist of 3 breeds. We have the Harfoots, the Fellowhides, and the Sturs. So maybe these are Sturs or Fellowhides there in the background. I googled it and found the note and read it. Okay, nice, well done. I have like a document where I write obscure lore facts into. Yeah, it could also be Eastern Dwarfs. It would also be cool. Yeah, for sure, it's easier. Yeah, that's also true. We talked about it briefly that Tom Bombadil is not happy seeing these withered trees here. Yeah, this shot you mean. Yeah, Thingol had also silver hair, but since Nature of Middle-earth came out, we actually know that also Gil-galad had silver hair. At least Tolkien wrote this. There's a chapter in Nature of Middle-earth called Hair, and there we can read, as in the name Gil-galad, Star of Radiance, given to Finwine, last High King of the Eldar, because the radiance of his silver hair, armor, and shield, that it is said could even in the moonlight be seen from many leagues afar. This text is from round about 1959, December 1959, so after Lord of the Rings came out. The typescript is actually from 1969. This is a convenient place to give a late 1960 typescript note found elsewhere among Tolkien. Oh, that's the first part from 1959. The text I just read is from 69, so that is the late writing of Tolkien even. So, last High King of the Eldar, that's Gil-galad, because of the radiance of his silver hair, armor, and shield, that, it is said, could even in the moonlight be seen from many leagues far away. So he was a complete silver dude. He was so silver. My Tomcat also has silver hair. I see a large barefoot feet on the one in the background. I think you talk about the Nori scene. I hope we see Poppy again. Yeah, the feet look very big and kind of hairy or something. Maybe. So yeah, definitely Hobbit material there. I think this. I'm not 100% sure. I think these scenes were also shot in Tenerife. Just had to look up the pronunciation. Rings of Fire needs to hire you as a fact checker. Yeah, I don't know. I think many shows don't care too much about facts. I still find it strange that we have... I assume this is a vision of a Balrog in a fireball or something that Sauron sees. Otherwise, I have no idea what this might be. Maybe it's an illusion Sauron creates of the Balrog or something. I don't know. That's actually a possibility, chat. Like the context of this here, we clearly see a Balrog here coming through the fire. Maybe, chat. Maybe this scene here is Anatar visiting Durin. And maybe he shows him the vision of the Balrog or something like that. A possibility. And especially when Durin wears the One Ring. I mean, we know that dwarves are kind of resistant against... kind of resistant against the effects of the Ring of Power, but well, it's not no but we know that one effect these rings, if somebody wears it, at least for men, is those that we can read in the description what it does to the to men, that would become the Nazgul. Men proved easier to ensnare. Those who used the 9 rings became mighty in their day, kings, sorcerers, and warriors of old. They obtained glory and great wealth, yet it turned to their undoing. They had, as it seemed, unending life, yet life became unendurable to them. They could walk, if they would, unseen by all eyes in this world beneath the sun, and they could see things in worlds invisible to mortal men, but too often they beheld only the phantoms and delusions of Sauron. So maybe this goes into this direction, a very interesting detail. But did hobbits live ever in the East? Technically, since hobbits belong to the group to men, and we know men came originally all from the East in Tolkien's world, from Hildorien, yes, it would make sense that hobbits would live in the East as well. That they came from there at some point and wandered west. There was definitely some hobbit wandering from... like the original Stur village was also east of the Misty Mountains, the Vales of Anduin and stuff. Though this is now much further in the east, but you could make the argument, yeah, maybe at some point they lived very far east. So I would say that's at least plausible to assume. I mean, technically you are right, but if we look in the family, like the problem is the family tree of Gil-galad is a mess. Like Tolkien revisited it many, many times. And if we look into the ancestorhood, that's not a word, right? The ancestry of, or to the ancestors of Gil-galad, in the latest version, then he is a son of Orodres. Orodres is a son, I didn't even know that, of Angrod. I didn't even know that Angrod's wife is actually named. That's interesting. So yeah, the wife is Eldalote. She also has a Sindari name, and Christopher Tolkien comments on this. It seems that since she had a Sindari name, it is possible to assume that she also went to Middle-earth and did not stay back in Aman, like, for example, Nerdanel did. I think she had not a Sindari name. It doesn't matter too much. Her name was Ithelos, by the way. However, yeah, Angrod and Eldalote were the parents of Orodres, and Angrod is the son of Finarfin and Earwin, and Earwin had silver hair. That is how the silver hair went into the the potential for silver hair went into the family tree of Gil-galad, I would assume. Though the children of Finarfin, Finarf is a golden house of Finarfin. Usually his children had golden hair. In Galadriel, she had like golden hair with a bit of silver in it as well. Because Earwin, the wife of Finarfin, had silver hair, just for context. Yeah, there's also some immortality talk, right? To try cheat death. That would be that's a good point. Another detail that's might worth discussing. It's the let's say for the most part Scottish for my foreigner ear accent here would indicate that we are again in the realm of the dwarves here. Who says it? Sounds a bit like Durin. And in this context, with the cheat death, that's not a motive of the dwarf that we really know. It's a motive for this dude here. He wants to cheat death. But for the dwarf, especially for Durin, it's a bit complicated because technically Durins don't die. Well, they get basically revived all the time. So why would he want to become immortal? The show kind of messes this up completely by having Durin the Third and Durin the Fourth basically be father and son, which makes no sense. And there was even, I forgot where it was written, a version that Tolkien wrote, like previously it was a reincarnation, that sometimes a new dwarf is born that is so like Durin that he becomes the next Durin, and the seventh Durin will be the last. In Nature of Middle-earth, though, think it was in nature. Tolkien had like at some shows at some point a different idea. Okay. This time I have to use this here. The matter of the dwarves. Those traditions, so far as they became known to elves or men, contained beliefs that appeared to allow for rebirth, may have contributed to the failed notion above dealt with. But this is another matter which already has been noted in the Silmarillion. Here it may be said, however, that the reappearance at long intervals of the person of one of the dwarf fathers in the lines of their kings, for example, especially Durin, is not, when examined, probably one of rebirth, but one of preservation of the body of the former king Durin, say to which at intervals his spirit would return. But the relations of the dwarves to the Valar, and especially to the Valar Aule, are, as it seems, quite different from those of elves and men. That you can find in the text, in text 3. Of the Elvish reincarnation text. So here, in these texts, it seems that the bodies of Durin, or the body of Durin, is preserved. At some point, his spirit returns to it, and he just gives up and says, "Hey, I'm back. Now I'm king. Screw my descendant. Now I take over." That was also an idea of that Tolkien had at some point. The text is from, it's a very late text also. It's from the last writings, around about 1972, so shortly before his death. But yeah, in previous texts, it was more a reincarnation thing. So or the thing of rebirth. I think Tolkien didn't like the idea of rebirth that much. No, the golden hair are Vanyar, and the mother of Finarfin was Indis, and she was Vanya, and the Earwen was at silver hair, and she was of the Teleri. No. Miriel was Noldor. Indis was Vanya. Like 100%. Miriel was Noldor elf. And as a result, she had black hair. Well, I think she had black hair, at least. The second wife had the golden hair because Fëanor had not golden hair. She had silver or dark, the two sources for Miriel's hair color. She could also have silver hair. It's possible. I have not looked into the hair color reasons for... I'm talking about Morgoth rings. Page 185. So it's maybe an indicator that Miriel had silver hair. No, you did all the time working on this text on Earian. That's pretty nice of you. Yeah, I also said hand, but written with an E, so it's maybe the phonological writing. But it's still written in English, I guess. And something with ear at the end, yeah. So I also had E-A-R or something like this, or E-I, yeah, something like that, yeah. Was pretty much on the same track, so glad to see the confirmation for that. Durin the Desolate. For some reason, Quenya, yeah, I don't get it. So, yeah, Durin the Deathless is always an interesting topic. I'm not 100% sure what the consensus on Durin the Deathless is. It's kind of fascinating as a topic. Yeah, it's practically zombie Durin, exactly. No matter what the topic of the stream, we always land discussing hair colors of elves. That is unfortunately true. I can't deny this, chat. But yeah, we are now on 6 hours, roundabout. A bit 6.5 hours, because the stream is going. I think that's very long already. I'm way off. Fun stream as always. See you next time. Yeah, thank you, Kierdan, for holding out here for such a long time. And also looking into this translation stuff. So we'll also, I would suggest also end the stream now, because it's very late for me. And yeah, I don't know what to say anymore. I hope you people here enjoyed this and had a fantastic time here. I hope. So as a result, you might come back when we discuss more stuff like that. And I don't know, chat, are there any questions left? Stuff I have not seen, uncovered yet? I'm not sure if I do a dedicated video of all of this, chat, to be honest, because I felt like, yeah, there was definitely some interesting stuff in the trailer. It's not like that, but is it interesting enough to make a dedicated trailer? That's the biggest question, I think. So overall, like I said earlier, I'm a bit worried that they mess up the creation of the Rings of Power story too much, and drive too much away from, or go too much away from how Tolkien actually wrote it. Overall, I think because it's will be more plot, there's now a plot already going on and stuff happening, I feel like that this might be very helpful in this context of getting somewhere, telling actual story and be more interesting. And we already have seen big battles and horses and explosions and stuff. So the action might be pretty decent in this new season. As a result, I think it might be fun to watch. I hope it is. I hope they improve. And I don't know, the same black sword that opens the floodgates? No, you mean the sword of, I'll say 20 7. I think you mean this. Maybe we have to look into it. Let me just turn off the sound. I mean, this sword here. We know that he has a sword like this. It looks very similar, so the other could be a broken version of that or whatever. I don't know the exact lore of it. Hard to tell, but we know in season 1 he already had a sword like this himself as a weapon to fight. So this is just his sword, basically. It's not the broken sword. This is complete. Oh, this must have hurt. Here's my I'm not sure who this person here is. It might be Sauron receiving his crown, and he just killed it with him with a crown or something like that. He has a sword here also in his hand. I was looking if there's a shot with him holding the sword. I have not seen one. He's very rarely seen in the trailer, I have to admit. I think there's no other shot with him. Bit unfortunate. But the horse charge stuff looks pretty cool, to be honest. No, you can't see it, chat. I'm so sorry. I was already in the wrapping up mode here. This thing here might hurt. I think, like I said, this is potentially how he killed Sauron or something. And there's a sword that he has. That's, like I said, the sword that Adar simply has. Unfortunately, we have a new actor for him. I really liked Adar in season 1. Was one of the highlights for sure. Especially the dialogue with Galadriel was pretty lore intense, so pretty cool. But yeah, I hope this answers the last question. And end screen. That's here. Let me just think for a moment. Something like that. Good night and thanks. Roll it up. Yeah, I slowly roll it up. I, of course, as always, have to do the credits. Unfortunately, it's extended credits now. Oh no, chat. Well, let's not wait. Do I have? That's stream credits. That's good. Let me just see. I have to put on a name on the list. I know for sure there was one. Was a new subscriber recently. Shoutouts to Sam Cook for subscribing here. And for all the other people who are still supporting me here, even though my stuff here is always a bit messed up schedule-wise. I hope everybody is on the list. There might be somebody missing, chat. But yeah, I think that should be everybody. Well, to be fair, I have to double check. There's just too many ways to support me. As a result, I have like 20 different places where you can subscribe and stuff, so it's always a bit difficult to collect all the data that I don't forget anybody. Mossman and Mossman. What is the green emoji? I have no idea. I've never seen the green emoji yet. Fortunately, you can't click on it and see where it's from. So Spielkalf has to answer the question there. I mean, it would not be a Chris stream if I would not have to edit the stuff here at the very end of the stream. No, it's a bit unfortunate, I admit, but forgot to set it up as always. Always think, oh no, I have to play the credits. I promised. Let me just double check I don't find. Okay. Like quite a few people subscribed on Twitch, so I have to be careful I don't forget anybody. Wait, he was on the list earlier. Don't want to create double entries here. Of course. Kill Switch is on the list. Shoutouts to him as well. Now I only have to check the other list. We're almost done, chat. Almost. Oh, there's actually somebody missing. That's unfortunate. Good that I double checked. Fantastic name, by the way. Fellow German streamer. Okay, chat. I think we got everything. Not the... I have to get chat back where it is. It's part of your charm, I hope it is. No idea what they mean, but they look funny, yeah, for sure. Okay, chat. Now all I have to do is export this and hope that this time the video file doesn't die, like last time. Sometimes computers are just the worst. Okay, chat. It's only a matter of minutes. Maybe. I hope this time works. No, last time. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't work again as last time. I don't understand though why it doesn't work. Chat. Is there a specific reason why this does not work? I have this thing here. It's on the screen. You can see it here. If I export it, isn't it fantastic when I love it when stuff works. It's so fulfilling. Work area, entire source. Okay, let's simply try this again, chat. It's so awesome. I'll show you the end screen in the meantime, so we don't have to stare at the black screen. I'm so sorry, chat. It's always it's always the same that it never works. Oh man, can't believe it. Credits, media source. Okay, this looks like it works, chat. Finally. Oops, there's no sound in the background. It works. So yeah, shout out to the moderators, to all the supporters. Much appreciated. Thank you for all of that. And maybe I forgot somebody. Sorry. Let me know somewhere in the comments that I forgot you, that I'll add you to the list next time or something. Suffering for. Well, it's just my own stupidity sometimes. Well, it finally works. Also, some names we know here from chat and so on. Much appreciated. Shoutouts to some of the new subscribers and so on. Really nice supporting me, even though not much stuff is happening here on this channel. Thank you to, this also includes the Twitch people who subscribe on Twitch and stuff. If you like video game content, maybe check the YouTube Games channel or the Twitch channel and so on. Would be much appreciated. And I would say I click on the add button at the end of the stream. It runs from ads here at the very end. And I would say thank you people for watching. And see you next time. And next video stuff will be my final boss Elden Ring DLC guide on the games channel. Maybe a critique for the DLC I will plan also to make, and then we do some lore content, I guess, again. There's maybe some other stuff I want to do. Otherwise, I often also stream on Twitch. Currently the DLC, mostly though on my German Twitch channel. That's a different thing. So if you're from Germany, maybe check that out as well. And yeah, thank you for watching. See you people next time. Have a fantastic rest of the day. Goodbye.